hearts are in the right place. We're back here. But at what cost? At what cost, indeed. Slide about stone throwing? Ain't no stone throwing here. What do you mean? Have I slept? I took a nap. I don't know. Maybe that's close enough. Well, instead of the nap making me feel better, I actually feel more sick, so it hurts to talk. So this should be an interesting last part of the stream, needless to say. Low energy Tomoe. Bro, I'm sick. It hurts to talk. I don't know if I hit REM sleep or not. You're worried about the way I sleep? What do you mean by this? What are you guys talking about? I already got a full night's rest yesterday. I only took a nap to try and get over whatever the hell this is. But, I mean, you know how it is. I do have some water, though. I guess that's okay. Yeah. Yeah. I only sleep like this because I have to, you know? Stop yelling if your voice hurts. You guys are making me yell at you. I don't want to yell. You guys are making me yell at you. What level of sleep did I reach? Maybe like level 2 or 3, you know? Maybe 2 or 3. Do I ever miss sleep? Probably. Sleep isn't exactly my highest priority. So you know. That's a thing. I don't know, bro. I'm in pain right now, but that's okay. It's probably gonna get worse before it gets better, right? Isn't that what they say? They're like, oh, you know, it'll get better, and then it'll get worse, and then it'll get worse better. I don't know. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. You know why I'll be fine? The military would still make me come into work even if I'm sick, so I'm still gonna stream even if I'm sick. You might not be able to hear it very much right now, but I promise you, it's pretty bad. It's still setting in. I was like, maybe I'll be able to stop it from getting worse, but no, it's definitely there. Okay, well, I'll try to keep it together at the very least. I hope I get better too. Like, maybe I'll actually just die from this. This might be the last stream I ever get to do with you guys. So, bear that in mind as we go through these next presentations. What do you mean good rest soon? I just spent like the last 15 hours sleeping. Well, like, I slept for like 9 hours and then I had to sleep for like another 4 or 5 hours and then I felt worse afterwards, so you know how it is. Well, I guess I have presentations to get to. There's no point in whining about health and stuff. Damn, you guys care more about my health than my family ever did. This is crazy. I'd be like, man, I don't feel well. And I'm like, yeah, you should go to school. You should go to school. And I'm like, man, I don't feel well. Wow, Tomoe's dying. This sucks. Effing chat. I can't believe she's literally dying. I don't get sick very often, but when I do, man, does it suck. Anyway, that stuff aside, let's get back to this. You guys don't have to worry about me. I can take care of myself. I'll figure it out after stream. Might not be able to stream for the next couple of days after this, but you know what? We'll at least get through this one. That's the best I can offer right now. Okay, what do we got? What's the first stream here? What do we have? Stop babying me! I'm not a child! I would not stream if it were that bad. I mean, it is bad, but I can talk right now, so I'm okay still. Alright, first stream of part 2 is Creature Showdown, it seems. Creature Showdown. Man's Best Friend Edition. Alright. By Good Milk. Thank you very much, Good Milk. This is the battle of the century. For some reason, I don't believe you. For some reason, I'm a bit skeptical. What is with these transitions? Why are they so dramatic? Today we're going to answer the question, who really is man's best friend? I feel like I need a dramatic soundtrack for this. Okay, I have to click twice for transitions to go through. Let's meet the contestants. I don't know if this is a presentation. Dogs, okay. Mozu's not a dog. She's a maned wolf. Why is Mozu there? Why is Mozu there? Mozu's not a dog. This is inaccurate information. Verse horses? I thought for a second I wasn't even gonna be added in there, but you know what? That is me. I recognize this one. Wolves are basically undomesticated dogs. I don't think so. I don't think that's how this works. Well, these are definitely horses, I'll give you that. Dogs, you're up. Why does anyone want to listen to the dogs? This looks like a Flash game now. Okay. Did you know dogs were domesticated 15,000 years ago? That's almost 10,000 years before horses. Amazing. In fact, dogs were domesticated on multiple independent occasions and lived alongside ancient humans in Europe, Asia, and the Americas. But horses are better. Early dogs helped humans hunt and herd livestock. This helped provide reliable food sources both before and after the invention of agriculture. Yeah. Throughout history, dogs have symbolized loyalty, companionship, and protection. Some notable examples include the one Greek mythology dog-looking fella, Shiba Inu, the Japanese dog who waited for his owner at Shibuya Station for 9 years after he passed away. Yeah. The dog-headed Mesopotamian goddess associated with healing and protection. Toto, the loyal companion of Dorothy and the Wizard of Oz. Just to name a few. But who cares? They're not horses. They're not horses. These are not horses. In the modern day, dogs have mostly shifted into a companionship role. Basically freeloaders, to be honest. In the US alone, there are roughly 90 million domestic dogs. That's almost 10 times the number of domestic horses. I don't want to hear it. But dogs can do much more than just sit around your house all day. Firefighters, police, herders, service aides, search and rescue therapists, actors, janitors, pilots, chefs, accountants, software. I think you're making some of these up, actually. Streamers. I've never seen a dog be a streamer before. There's no job dogs can't do. And that's why dogs are truly man's best friend. Why was the werewolf there? What happened? Okay, horses. Okay. Okay. That one's blind. Let's begin. For a large portion of human history, horses have been the ideal method of getting around. Horses played a key role on the Silk Road, a network of exchange across Eurasia that lasted for almost 16 centuries. It's crazy because dogs didn't do that. The Mongol Empire, the largest land empire of all time, was able to expand due to their superior horse mobility. Horses were so important that the Spanish brought them all the way to the Americas in the 16th century, where they became important to the native population as well. But that's not all! What's happening? Oh, it's a racetrack. The Pony Express, a cross-country mail service that ran from 1860 to 1861, was a true testament to the speed and power of horses. I'd like to see dogs run across America like that. Yeah! Throughout history, horses have always been depicted as strong, loyal, and prestigious. Dogs, on the other hand, have been depicted as unclean and dumb. Yes. Horses are in a league of their own when it comes to sports. The U.S. Equestrian recognizes 18 different disciplines, and there are only 6 equestrian events in the Olympics. Well, there are 6. That's impressive. That's impressive. Transporters, athletes, workers, and warriors. Horses are one of the most versatile and helpful animals around, and that's why horses are the real man's best friend! I recognize that horse. Wow! Those were some cool facts! But who won? It just said horses are winners. The horses won. The answer is... no. 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 We don't do ties around here. Nope. Nope. Mm-mm. Nope. That's a cop-out answer. That's a cop-out. None of us have gotten where we are today on our own, so let's just all be buddies. You don't need dogs to get to this point. This is literally... Dogs did not help humanity get to this point. Horses did. That was all. That was all. I see. Interesting. To be fair, dogs are more useful than cats, at least. Cats have literally done nothing for humanity. So, you know. There's like a hierarchy. That's probably why no one says cats are man's best friend. I respect it. We can agree cats lose. Yeah. Yeah. Horses are number 1, dogs are number 2, cats are just like not even on the ranking. They don't even make the leaderboard. Exactly. Cats are mid. No cats here. Cats were Egyptian gods. Yeah, alright. Still useless. Don't care. Didn't ask. L opinion. Sorry. That was a good presentation though. Thank you. Except for, you know, the last part where you said there was like a tie or whatever. But aside from that, it was pretty good. It was pretty good. Alright. What do we got next? I don't know why you guys are defending cats. Cats literally do nothing. They just lay there and eat food and stare at the wall. Very boring. Very uninspired. They're cute. Them being cute does not make them useful, okay? Things can be cute and useless. You need to understand this. Here's our next presentation, the UMARMY Outdoor Safety Brief. Alright. This is what we got next. Attention! You guys are still coping really hard. Cat fans just don't understand, man. They don't understand. This is an overview of information to help troops in the UMARMY and operations outside of their stable. We will briefly cover how to prepare, what to look for, how to stay alive, and hopefully how to have fun. When an asterisk is available, see speaker notes for more detail. Disclaimer, none of the products featured are endorsements for their use or purchase. Please do your own research. When conducting operations for the UMARMY, you should bring the following: paperwork, wilderness/fire permit, food and water, first aid kit, map and compass, GPS doesn't always work, warmth layers, plus extra clothes, rain gear regardless of weather, sleeping equipment, tent, plus sleeping bag, plus mat. Okay. Okay. Battle Buddy is highly recommended. Don't go alone. You don't want to end up on one of those, like, you know, those things where people go missing in the mountains and they have to track them down. Yeah. It's easier to survive if you have a buddy. Food. When packing food, try to keep the following in mind. Operational requirements, physical difficulty of the mission, time constraints of the mission, cooking versus grab and go, ensure sufficient protein is present, pack trail snacks, limit packing of perishables, pre-cooked is okay, other stuff. For the last time, Pop-Tarts are not breakfast. Quickly processed, short-term energy, please do not eat random plants and bugs as delicious as they may seem. Not every meal needs to be an MRE, that is correct as well. Water! Water is also very important to the UMARMY. People are made of 60% water, so hydrate or dihydrate. Horses are made of 70% though. Okay. How you get water is also important. Bring 2 to 3 liters of water, more is okay. Pull water from a moving source. Filters cannot make salt water drinkable. Stagnant water is very dirty, even if it looks clear. Stagnant water puts stress on filter methods, affects quality / efficiency. So there's tablets, boiling, and filters, which can remove contaminants, which is important. It has odd aftertaste, burns valuable fuel, and regular filter cleaning. I guess. Pros and cons, really. You gotta think about the best route you want to take there. Situational awareness. I don't know if I'd walk on a trail like this myself, but to each their own. Pay attention to your surroundings, watch for obstacles and hazards when moving, no horseplay. Weather, be prepared. Weather can be unpredictable, so make sure to stay alert. Wildlife / foliage. Do not mess with local wildlife, no matter how cute or dumb they may be. Stay on the trail. If you don't know what a plant is, don't touch it. Graphic on the right are 3 common examples of poisonous plants. Please be aware of other hazardous plants in your area. What graphic on the right are we talking about? Is it gonna show up? Oh, there it is. Poison ivy, poison oak, and poison sumac. They all look kind of similar in the face though, don't they? Poison ivy has 3 leaflets on each leaf and grows on a bush or vine. Poison oak has 3 leaflets on each leaf with rounded tips and grows like a shrub or vine. Poison sumac leaves have clusters of 7 to 13 leaflets arranged in pairs and grows as a tree. Kind of dangerous, right? I mean, just be mindful of what you're eating out there, I guess. I'm not sure which one's exactly the worst one, though. Situational awareness continued. Location. Ensure you know your route and landmarks around it. Cell service may not be reliable. Make sure you know how to use a map and compass. Posted signs. Pay attention to posted signs for both directions, warning and advisories. Battle buddies. Keep track of your battle buddies. Make sure they're hydrating. Always stop at junctions so no one gets lost. It's okay to take breaks. If someone is struggling, call for a break and rest. Units going uphill have right of way. Yield towards the mountainside where possible. Be mindful of your backpack. Space out 6 feet or so when moving in case someone falls. Those are some pretty long trails, aren't they? I think so. Well, also be careful not to get ticks out here, you know? It's dangerous out there. There are a lot of warning signs. Don't ignore the warning signs. CO2 emission area. Do not dig snow caves. I wonder how the buildup happens. Setting up camp. Use marked campsites when possible. If not, find a flat-ish area 200 feet away from water source. 22 horses or so. Be mindful of silt and erosion and indicate water flow during rain. Beware of local wildlife as well. Okay. Waste disposal. Dig a hole with a trowel 6 to 8 inches deep, 200 feet away from camp, water source or trail. Bio-waste only, no wrappers, metals, plastic foils or cloths. Pack it in, pack it out. We don't want animals eating trash. This is a good graphic. I guess it's approximate placement of sleeping, cooking, and food storage in a campsite. You don't want your bears to take things from you. Very dangerous. While cute chipmunks will chew through your pack to get what they think is food. But they're cute though, so it's okay. You're allowed to destroy things if you're cute. Pick up your trash, don't let animals do it. Got deer to drop cloth, deer didn't eat it. I feel like if you killed this deer, it would drop really good loot, you know? Just a hunch. Congratulations, you've accomplished your mission and made it the UMARMY proud. Now you will be more confident in your future excursions. Enjoy a nice cold drink. Now go and submit your after-action report to Tomoe. Yeah! Let's look at that. Take a shower, then submit your report. Been outside too long. Wait, this place is really pretty though. This looks like a fun trip. This is like the definition of let's go out and go on a journey, you know? Same vibes. How do you spend that long in the wilderness though? It says day 10. Day 10?! Hope you enjoyed the presentation and photos. Apologies if it was blocky in some areas. No, I will not do Everest. Whitney is good enough. I would say so too. Wait, why is dude in the background on his phone? Why is he not enjoying nature? Why are you back there on your phone? Enjoy Mother Nature properly. How are you even getting cell service out there? What? Impressive though. That's an impressive trip right there. That's an A+ still. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You might be taking a picture, yeah, but what if you drop your phone? What happens then, huh? What happens then? It's very dangerous out there. AT&T. ATTT? Huh? Ugh. My brain is cooking from a fever right now, but I can still present. Why did I have to get sick on this day? It's like getting sick on the day of a final, bro. This is terrible. My health was immaculate before then. Men don't drop their phones. Now you're just like lying. Now you're straight up just lying right now. How am I supposed to take advice from the presentation and rest? I just started giving presentations. Hey, what the hell? I see you guys sitting in these Google Docs. Get out! Get on now! You guys were not in these last night. No lurking in the presentation. I better not see you editing anything. Alright, what's up next? Let's see. Passed your driver's test yesterday. Congratulations. Good job out there, champ. Caught in 4K. I ain't even trying to catch anyone in 4K. I just want to present, bro. Alright. These slides include classified information. Any member not a part of the Air Force? What the fuck is that? Is in violation of the UCHJ, Uniform Code of Horse Justice. Basic knowledge of jet engines. Any distribution of this document will go against the Air Force. What, dude, what is the Air Force? What is this? If found in violation, individuals will be prosecuted under Article 104. Together, we will reach greener pastures. Brief history. There's a horse in there, by the way. World War II. Hans von Osten, German, developed first jet plane. The Heinkel HE-178. Frank Whittle, British, invented his own jet plane. Shared technology to US. General Electric designed the XP-59. Germany surrendered in 1945. Inventions and discoveries revealed. Missile technology, new concept of jet engine technology. General Electric, the Pratt & Whitney challenge, increased thrust, decreased fuel consumption, solution, combined two engines into one. Okay. We have an Air Force now. We do not have an Air Force now. This is false information. We do not have anything but the UMARMY. No other. How a jet engine works. Composed of 6 stages. Fan inlet takes in air, sends it to the core. Combustion sends it to the mixture, cools engine. Compressor squeezes air, air pressure increases, combustor fuel plus air plus ignition equals thrust, turbine thrust, spins turbine, spins inlet, mixer bypass air, combustion plus combusted air equals quieter nozzle, hot air exists. This is a lot of math, dude. I mean, there's a lot going on in there, so I get it. I guess I get it. I see what's going on here. Not to sound rude, but those turbines are mainly for commercial planes. Yeah, but this is about a jet engine in general. I think they're just trying to teach us about jet engines. I mean, all of this works together. That's why the design is so complex. That's why you got things like turning and twisting, and this is where the combustion happens in the combustion chamber thing. Yeah. Jets use hydrogen engines. Ah, it's fine, bro. Different types of engines. Turbojets, same construction as the engines mentioned above. The basic engines found in fighters. Turboprops, jet engine attached to propeller. Turbofans, more thrust at low speeds. Quieter, turboshafts, helicopter rotors. Ramjets, simple, no moving parts. Excellent! Very excellent. Why is there a horse in there? Why is there a horse in there? Thank you, MC Ock, for the 2 carrots. Sister's having her first baby. Found out it's a boy. That is powerful. We need more little horses out here. Oh god. So hold on, give me a second. Alright, I'm fine. I'm fine. I can't watch this video, but like, I'm sure it was very cool. I'm sure it was very cool. Thank you. We get moving pictures and stuff. Have I never seen a horse fly before? No. No. Technology is so complicated. There's like something that draws men to planes, right? There's like planes and trains and cars. Why do you guys like complex machinery? I don't understand. Sources. Thank you, Madam President Tomoe. I hope you enjoyed this little slideshow. About engines, it probably wasn't the most interesting topic, but it's something I want to do in the future. Furthermore, I just wanted to take a quick second and say thank you to Blight for the great live streams, even though I miss many due to work and school, and I look forward to seeing your continued growth. I hope you have the opportunity to learn more about these. I do know, I guess, a little bit about them. I feel like I saw a presentation about this last year. It looks vaguely familiar, at least, but it's a cool concept. So thank you for sharing it with us today. Thank you! A+. Because complex and machinery. I suppose I can't question it. I suppose that's just how it is. Planes are just kind of neat. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. I respect it. We'll do this one next here. Does the UMARMY have any nuclear bombs? We do not. Nuclear topic already presented. Nobody made a presentation about nuclear stuff. Nobody did that. We have why why cars are better than horses. Alright. Alright. Defining a better mean of transportation. For the purposes of the study, a means of transportation is better when superior in the following categories: price and cost benefit, practicality, speed, safety, and comfort. First category, price and cost benefit. Albeit the average horse is about 10 times cheaper than a new car, older models and second-hand cars are more affordable and retain their capabilities, unlike horses that are more affected by time. A car lasts more than a horse for a fraction of the price depending on the make and model. The price of proper fuel is more affordable than a horse's proper diet. Car repairs and necessities are also cheaper than veterinarian treatment and medicine. Well, you know what, buddy? Not everything in the world is about money. I see. Second category, practicality. Found no funny image / gif. A car can be properly kept in many more places than horses, like apartment, complex, garages. You could keep a horse in there too, you just haven't tried it yet, have you? Cars also do not require daily care to function, only yearly procedures. I've seen some people's cars, they require more than yearly. Cars also allow for the transportation of people and cargo easily. Cars take less space in the roads than horses, allowing for better traffic management. Motorized vehicles can be used for long distance traveling with fewer stops. Cars can travel and park in different weather conditions without suffering from the elements, ensuring a more humanely way to travel for people and animals. I mean, I guess. I guess so. Okay, I'm with you so far. Third category is speed. Horses have the maximum velocity of 71 kilometers per hour, 44 miles per hour, while a 50-year-old car can reach 100 kilometers per hour or 62 miles per hour, with newer ones reaching far greater speeds. Considering that the motor and cooling are in proper condition, a car can maintain its top speed as long as it has fuel, while horses get tired, albeit having hoofs, unlike cars. Fourth category, safety. While car accidents are a notorious cause of harm and death, they are far safer than horses, considering inherent traits of both means of transportation. A car is structurally more resistant than a horse while stopping the passengers and cargo of falling off the road. Cars have other means of ensuring passengers and conductors' safety, like seat belts, airbags, and sophisticated braking systems. Modern cars also have a more malleable body, making it absorb the impact to ensure the safety of people involved. Yeah, I agree. We need to stone this person. This is just insane. Throughout more of a century of innovation, cars have adopted countless methods of ensuring passenger comfort. This includes heaters and air conditioners since the 1930s, ensuring that temperature in the car is more adequate. The seats and steering are also ergonomically superior compared to the equine analogs, yeah. All modern cars have a stereo system and radio, ensuring that the occupants can enjoy entertainment while traveling. The privacy glass also ensures tranquility for the occupants, allowing them to feel more at ease. Conclusion: while humanity owes horses their gratitude for their collective work throughout human history, they are not fit for a globalized world, modern traveling, or long distances. Therefore, we must finally retire horses from their tireless service as man's main means of transportation and leave it to the motorized means to ensure better transportations and comfort for horses and human alike. Well, thank you for your time. Don't get mad at me for stating facts, Commander. I've never had someone tell me to die in such an elaborate way before, you know? Never had someone tell me that I'm just useless like this. This is definitely a first. I'll give you that much. It was a creative method of doing so. This person chose violence. That's okay. Yeah, no sources. That is true, actually. No sources. Direct attack. It's alright, fellas. It's alright. I guess I'll just wipe my tears away. I've been having you guys try to tell me cars are better the whole time. This doesn't even affect me anymore, man. I'm used to these lies being spread about this fake propaganda. This happened in the old World Wars too, you know? People try to convince you that there's other countries that are better than America, but we all know that's not true. There's no crying in PowerPoint. We only go with the facts here, or at least close to the facts. Sorry to mow it to the glue factory with ya. I mean, at least if I was in the glue factory, I wouldn't feel like shit right now, so I guess I'll take death. Why not? Alrighty, let's see. Sparkling water presentation. What do we have here? You know, I'm gonna be honest, I don't like sparkling water. I don't know if this is like controversial, but it has like a weird taste to it, in my opinion. Like it tastes weird. There's just something about it that just tastes off. Yeah, I don't know. What is sparkling water? It's like soda but water. 0 calories. Your favorite brands. Liquid Death. Bubbly. This one's French. Kirkland. Okay. Why should you drink it? So many flavors as well. Literally nothing about it is bad for you. Yeah, but it tastes weird. Why not just drink normal water? I'll go drink it. But also, alcohol rules. Bye bye, Tomoe. What does alcohol have to do with sparkling water? What? What? Why? That was it, yeah, that was the presentation. Why sparkling water, though? I feel like you could just drink normal water and it'd have the same effect. It's like same vibes, you know? Same vibes. Okay, we got another shorter looking presentation. Schools teach maths wrong. Okay. What else do we have? What is this? What is this? Maybe not all schools, but many schools teach maths in a way that's intentionally difficult to understand. Don't believe me? I'll show you just 2 examples of how easy these math concepts are to understand in the rest of the presentation. Usually, the first big hurdle that you come across in maths taught along the with decimals and percentages, you get cakes and pies shoved in front of you until you understand what's going on. But how does... What? That hardly make... What? There's nothing there. Yeah, what does 1/4 mean? It's 1/4, 1 divided by 4. But what are they glossing over, you may ask? Simple, all that time you were learning division, you were learning fractions with extra steps. You see, the division symbol is just a fraction worth the numbers. Everyone knows this! What kind of, like, shithole place did you learn math from, dude? This is taught in the United States education system. We're taught this. We are literally taught this. And when you were learning division, you were just learning fractions in long form. Try to change these into fractions. Bro, what? Why is there a plus symbol here? This is 3/10, this is 2/5, but how is 1 plus... I guess if you did, let me think, actually. This would be 9/3, and this would be 3/3. Yeah, so it would be 12/3. Yeah, this would be 12/3, I believe. Which simplifies down to 4. So yeah, that's how you do that's how you do that. That's a really stupid way of doing it, but yeah, this is 3/3, this is 9/3. And then this is 2/5, 3/10. Should have gotten 1/3, 2/5, and 3/... Bro, what? I think they got the wrong symbol there, because they put a plus sign there instead of... I get what you're trying to say, but like... You gotta fact check yourself, bro. I'm not even trying to flame you, no disrespect. But... What the heck, dude? Yeah. Okay. Alrighty. No, I'm not saying that this will make fractions simple, but hopefully you'll be able to understand what they meant when they were telling you you're doing it wrong. I'm gonna say this again. I'm pretty sure this is literally how they taught fractions. Like, am I wrong? I feel like you know this by the time you're in high school. Like, you know how fractions work. I'm very confused. You weren't taught this way? You didn't know that fractions and division is the same? But when you're simplifying fractions, you literally have to understand how division works. Dude. What the hell? What the hell? What kind of school did you guys go to? Bro hadn't made it to high school. I don't think there's any other way to learn fractions. I'm baffled right now. Second example of how they teach you math wrong. Let's take a look at the clock. Hopefully there's enough time left to wrap your heads around this idea. If you find it hard to read a 24-hour clock, I want you to take a look at the time, and if the hour is a number between 1 p.m. to 11 p.m., I want you to plus 12 that number. I feel like I'm getting trolled right now. Hopefully you'll end up with a number between 13 and 23. That's what time is in a 24-hour clock. Now just do it in reverse. If you see a number like 5:30 p.m. like you just automatically translate it in your head. It's literally that simple. It's literally that simple. There's no more slides after this, by the way. This is the last slide. Well, I just want to know. I want to know what state you like got this info. Like, what state did you go to school in? What state did you go to school in, bro? Because this is literally how it's taught. This is literally how it's taught. This person clearly went to school in the state of confusion. I mean, he said math, so I think the UK. Oh, that explains a lot. Bro, they need to fund your guys' schools better. Oh god. Oh god, man. Yeah, I don't know how to break it to you, but yeah, here, in the United States, this is how we learn how to do this stuff. This is like the basic concepts. I don't think there's any way of teaching this without going over these concepts. Like, you can't understand, like, the fractions, it's literally a division bar. It is literally a division bar. What, huh? Okay. Alright. Alright. Okay, good job. Good job. Good job. You know what? I'm not gonna be mean. I'm not gonna be mean. I'm just confused. I'm sorry if that came off as mean. Thank you for the presentation, though. Thank you. Thank you. Why are you confused? That was like simple math. That's like middle school math. That's like, that's super simple math. Easy, easy. And 1/4 is 0.25. Don't tell the UK that. That's too complicated. Next, you're gonna tell me division has something to do with decimals. I refuse to believe it. Alright. Why do we have night owls / insomniacs, and how can they be helped? ever tried to sleep but just don't feel tired even though it's 1:36 a.m.? Maybe you're a night owl. Maybe you suffer from insomnia. But why? Don't worry. I have a theory. Okay. Ancient humans used to live in nomadic tribes, therefore it was most likely necessary that some people had to take the night shift to keep watch of the tribe. And most likely due to evolution, some humans developed insomnia or a preference to staying awake at night and sleeping in the day. The problem, my god, that is very urban. The problem isn't that they can't sleep, it's that they got nothing to do. Think about it. There's not much you could do at home in the middle of the night in the suburbs. Who reads books, am I right? Solution, if there were some places that were open after hours that weren't for kids, you know, like an all-night, late night only hangout spot, that'd be pretty cool, right? Okay. Late night club. To those who are bored at home and just can't sleep and want a change of scenery, these places could be an escape. One where they wouldn't feel alone because there's more people like them. Perhaps they may make a friend or two, who knows? Aesthetics. Also, the nighttime has a nice chill aesthetic to it, you know. I could also picture these places that have a similar look to them. Maybe even a retro 80s vibe, similar to old arcades. Remember those? Yeah. That's pretty much it. Hope you enjoyed. That was it. Dude, play Freebird. I think COVID got rid of a lot of 24-hour places, to be fair. They're gone now. Dude, reinvented nightclubs. I mean, I see the vision. Clearly there's a market for them out there. I'm not sure if it has to do with insomnia though, but I guess I kind of understand. Alrighty. The next presentation is fantasy football. Why is it a fantasy? Who up fantasizing about their football? Let's see. Invented in 1962 by Oakland businessman Wilfred Bill Wickenbach. Developed from an idea in the 1950s involving golf. Created by Greater Oakland Professional Pigskin Prognosticators League. GOPPPPPL in 1963. Further developed in 1969 by GOPPPPL founding member Andy. Dude, what are these last names? They're complicated. I get it! First digital adaptation introduced by CBS.com in 1997. As of 2022, 62.5 million people played fantasy sports with 29.2 million. Almost 50% of participants playing fantasy football. Types of leagues / drafts. Leagues examples: head-to-head, one team plays a different team each week. Total points / best ball team with most points wins league. Dynasty league, owners keep players from previous season and replace players through rookie drafts. Drafts. Snake / serpentine, owners take turns selecting players in rounds. Last owner in a round selects first. In the following round auction, owners have an imaginary budget and take turns bidding on players. Standard starting lineup: 1 quarterback, 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers. Have any of you ever played football before? Not like the European version, but like American football, like proper football. 1 tight end, 1 wild card or flex, 1 kicker, 1 team defense / special teams. Remaining players are kept on the bench for weekly substitutions. Yeah, I've never played football before. Seems interesting though. What do you mean rude? It's different than soccer. It's different than soccer, okay? No disrespect to soccer or anything, but football that's an American sport right there. Put some hair on your chest. And why not? Rugby is rougher, no helmets required. I thought rugby was what like the prissy rich kids played. Or is that lacrosse? That might be lacrosse actually. You can tell a lot by a school by what their most popular sport is, to be honest. You're a bit quiet compared to BGM. Okay, I'll turn it down, I guess. I don't know. I'm sick, so I can't talk too loudly right now. Maybe that's a bit better, I don't know. That's polo. I see. Scoring. Standard scoring. 1 point is 25 passing yards. 1 PT, 10 rushing/receiving yards. 4 PTs is passing touchdown. 3 PT is 0 to 49-yard field goal. 6 PTs is defense touchdown. Variations. PPR. Points per reception. Points awarded based on starters' receptions. Pure scoring. Points based on actual TDs, FGs, and extra points scored by a player. Well, how did they even get a flag that big? I do find sports to be rather interesting, though I cannot pretend that I understand them very well. American football is just padded shirts and helmets. Rugby is just bare dogpiling. I don't think having extra violence makes the sport better. It's not a matter of how many concussions you can collect, okay? Why would they make a flag that big? Because we're American. Everything has to be big. Alright? Everything. Everything! Ow. Okay. Thank you very much for the presentation, though. I always knew that, fantasy football was a thing. I just ain't know much about it, you know? Like, I ain't got that knowledge. And now I got that knowledge. I got knowledge. Thank you. Time to go to the next one. This appears to be a PowerPoint about Trench Crusade. I don't know much about Trench Crusade, so this should be pretty educational. I like the structure they have here. It's pretty hardcore. Trench Crusade is a new upcoming tabletop. I thought this was like an actual like historical thing. Now I feel like a dork. Trench Crusade is a new upcoming tabletop miniature wargame set in a horrific alternative timeline to ours. Originally started by Mike Francina, horror artist who is responsible for the artwork, who's worked on Diablo and Path of Exile back in 2016 as a personal side hobby. In 2022, Francina and James Sheriff, mini sculptor, collabed to make mini models after initial success. Tomoe Umari, former Game Workshop lead designer who created Mordheim, a tabletop set in Warhammer Fantasy. Announced in 2023 he was working with the other two into making this a tabletop. Okay. Since then, the most recent Kickstarter for the wargame was backed by over 20,000 people and raised $3.3 million to Why do you need that much money to make a tabletop game, though? Is it really necessary to have 3.3 million? The lore of Trench Crusade Part 1, divergent point to our timeline, began way back during the First Crusade in 1099. 1099, I guess. Yeah. During the capture of the holy city of Jerusalem, some of the Crusaders discovered vaults underneath the city's temples. There they will discover an ancient demonic artifacts that enable them to speak with the demons of hell. Why were they just under there, though? Like, why would they keep them under there? Why? This communion essentially corrupted the Crusaders, and thus the first heresy began, mixing the pious with the pious. I don't know. Bro, I'm fucking exhausted right now. Hold on. With the heretical, consorting with the demons, these corrupted individuals managed to make Jerusalem a gateway of hell, and the heretical armies started pouring out, taking over everything, pushing the Christians and Muslim forces out of the... Okay. Alright. There's a lot of things happening here. The demons and devils themselves can't leave hell itself, so they had to amass mortals, be it by corruption or by individuals who saw the writing on the wall and jumped ship to join them. There's a lot going on this map. Okay, alright. Alrighty, hold on. Okay, for 800 plus years, the armies of Abrahamic faiths and the legions of hell have waged a long, bloody conflict against one another. It is now the year 1914. Bro, we just had like a huge time skip. What's the point of a time skip that big? It is now 1914, and the biblical apocalypse has only ever become more fatal to life, from mechanized warfare and biomancy, alchemy/science to create more artificial creatures, to magic and direct divination abilities boosted by heaven or hell itself. Zealotry is at an all-time high, and the Great War is the norm. Note, lore is ongoing and more will be added to the fictional universe. Okay, hold on. I'm trying to take all of this in right now. This is a lot of information. These are the faithful factions of the setting. Brief descriptions and at the. What do you mean brief descriptions, buddy? Principality of the new Antioch. Here's why my one beef when it comes to like fantasy mechanical settings like this. Why do they make all of the names so hard to pronounce? Why can't you just like make it easy to pronounce? Why is it like a mixture of like Latin and like 7 other languages? Why can't we make it simple, you know? Why can't we make it simple? It's a real place. I don't care if it's a real place. It's complicated. It's complicated. Look, you guys can call me a dumbass if you want, but I'm only really familiar with stuff in my own country. Yeah. For 300 years, they have stood defiantly as the bulwark against the heretic legions and acts as the church's first line of defense against hell. No reason why it's called New Antioch is the original one became a crater in 1545 by unknown demonic weapon. This fortress city was rebuilt and strengthened since the yearly tithe, consisting of food, supplies, weaponry, machinery, and able-bodied individuals. Oh. And you made fun of UK education. Yeah, I would do it again too. Trench pilgrims. As the war rages on, the faithful across the world had strange visions that tormented them. Men and women, touched by heaven, are made to be messengers of God. Many of the devout see it their sacred duty to pilgrimise to no man's land and throw themselves at hell's forces with righteous wrath. No, unlike New Antioch, their unorganized bands of the faithful have more religious zealotry to them, and pilgrimages are constant. Yes. Sultanate of the Iron Wall. When the infidels open the gate to Jahannam. Okay. Gate to Hell in Islamic translation. Releasing Gog and Magog. The end of days. Sorry. Assuming all hope is lost and Shaitan devils would conquer Dunya the world. However, the Great Iron Wall manifested itself. I'm not laughing at the words, it's just they're funny to pronounce. I'm sorry. Okay. Alright, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Back to reading. A call for all Muslims to sit out, and within decades, Muslims across the world migrated there. Many would perish, but all those who made it in. The gates closed. The great sultanate and the invincible Iron Wall was formed, and they witnessed hell's ceaseless attacks to this day. Note, the sultanate prefers the defensive through military expeditions outside the wall. Although military expeditions outside the wall are common to protect caravans or to find lost knowledge to combat hell's forces. And there's the logos of each of the three. They got swagger to them, I'll give them that. I mean, they're all kind of darker colors. What, do people not like pastels in fantasy settings? Do you guys hate pastels? Is that it? You don't like cute things? Oh my god, there's more. Okay, these are the heretical factions of the settings. Brief descriptions and notes at the end. Heretic legions. Darkness shrouds the world where smoke and brimstone spews out of the... What is brimstone, though? What is brimstone? Spews out of the gates of infernos, enveloping lands where people have abandoned their faith and now wage war against God's creation. A dark truth that a third of the human race has bent the knee to the idols of hell, the main military force of Satan on earth, raised among the denizens of the damned. No, in order to serve the heretic legions, the basic ritual is journeying to the first gate of hell, witness and survive. You will either perish or, if successful, become a damned soul forever. Individuals who are more evil and vile, however, can enter a layer of hell and have a chance to become anointed, forever burned but imbued with more demonic blessings. Tomoe, it's a war against chaos for almost a millennia. Pastel colors. I don't see a problem with pastel. I don't see a problem with it. I don't see an issue here. Court of the Seven-Headed Serpent. Snakes don't have that many heads, by the way. Within the 6th to 9th levels of hell lies the ironclad city of Dis. I thought this was almost a D's joke, but no, it's Dis. And on top of it is the Black Keep, where the Infernal War Council resides, ruled by the 7 Archdevils, the most cunning and wicked of the devil/demon kind. Each represent the 7 mortal sins made manifest. I know it's not right, but I'm like imagining like an evil version of the Monopoly Man, you know, with like the little monocle and stuff, just like twirling his mustache. I don't think it's actually like that though. I think it's meant to be a little more, you know, like dark colors and like dude wearing a trench coat and stuff. But not the type that like lures kids into vans. It's like a little more, it's edgier than that. Yeah, it's edgier. I don't think Satan has a monocle. No. They oversee the war against creation on Earth. Each one is known as a head of a serpent, and it is their command. Well, okay, yeah, see, the Monopoly Man is kind of a snake. He takes your money, so that makes sense. That dictates all heretical forces of the Great War in service of the infernal hierarchy. A structured classification system of Hell's beings. Though alongside commanding, the court is also responsible in creating deadly weaponry from Hell's factories, including the creation of abominations/monsters to be sent out, such as the werewolf assault beast, responsible to charge through miles of barbed wire and clear a path. Bro, there ain't no fucking wolf charging through barbed wire. Get that out of here. You're lying. That's not true. And heretic death commandos. Silent killers that can destroy entire squad units. This ad is going on forever. This isn't even an ad, bro! Someone made this! Someone wanted to teach us about this. I thought this was actual history. This is like a spin-off of real life. Wait, Tomoe, is this not a PG-13 stream? Shut up. Shut up. It's not an ad, bro! It's lore! It's actually really well written too, to be honest. I appreciate that like there's comprehensive explanations given of each faction. My brain's a little smooth right now, but like I vibe with it. The Black Grail. Sorry, I cannot pronounce anything right now. Created by Beelzebub, the Lord of Flies. You know, I actually kind of wonder. Flies have a lot of eyes, right? Is that why their reflexes are so good? I think so. You consider this an ad? You wouldn't know what an ad is if it hit you in the face. Like a brick. You wouldn't know. I can show you an ad. I can do an advertisement for ShamWow. You shut up. No more disruptions in my classroom. The Black Grail is the most dangerous plague that has ravaged Earth. It's a massive storm of demonic/infernal insects spreading disease. Its victims become vessels to spread the corruption of Beelzebub. The more depraved individuals accept this plague as a gift, becoming nobles of the Order of the Fly. I don't know if I'd want to be a noble of a fly, to be honest. It doesn't really sound like a very good title. A warband of Beelzebub and lead their lesser brethren to infect the living. Note, the Black Grail itself is the bubonic plague of this alternate timeline. Isn't that the thing that the rats had that killed people? I'm pretty sure. Yeah. This is the Heretic Legion, the Court, and the Black Grail. It has a little bug on it. Yeah. Little fella there. How much do these figurines cost, though? That's my question. You tell me right now. Why does the Grailhound have a long snout? Dude's built like one of those, the one dog with the long face. The Russian one. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Just like with more ribs showing, to be honest. So, like, why do the figures cost so much? Is it like material costs, or why? Why do they cost so much? I mean, to be honest, this looks really intricate. So I assume, you know, someone has to design all these and it's like super complicated, but artificial cost? Oh, so you can just 3D print them and paint them yourself? Do people do that? Is that like a normal way of doing it? I mean, that would make a lot more sense to me than like dishing out like big cash on them. Some examples of Trench Crusade artwork. They kind of look like the Helldiver people a little bit, you know? I can see like so many different cultural influences. He has like the mosquito mask. Is he one of the fly people? Let me go back up. Probably not. Actually, maybe. Maybe. They have a very distinctive theme there. Plague Knight. Okay. I like those guys. I like those guys the most so far, just based off of vibes. Final thoughts on Trench Crusade. While Trench Crusade is still in the process of being more fleshed out, the things that have been released have been quite a treat to look through. As well as the community has been very welcome to anyone interested in it, with both fans and creators supporting 3D printing of existing models too. While it feels Warhammer 40k vibes, it's entirely different in terms of execution, with similar ideas in an entirely different setting. Overall, in my views, this wargame looks very promising, with a progressive and fun supportive community. Thank you for your time in reading this, regardless if it makes it to the slides or not. At least you learned something fun to try out in the future. Hopefully you have a great day, a great stream, my dude. Thank you! Thank you! So it's more friendly than when I tried to learn Warhammer stuff. Although that was like 50-50. Sometimes people would offer like helpful information about it, and other times people would just try to like gatekeep me from it. Though to be fair, that's probably in part because they don't want females in their hobby. Which, you know what? To each their own, bro. It's kind of interesting. I don't know. I think it's kind of cool. You even have a works cited page here. Awesome. Thank you. A+! Good presentation. Good aesthetics. Good aesthetics. Trench Crusade devs really hated people who liked Crusades, Knights, and, well, anything that wasn't their viewpoints. Maybe they're just passionate about it. RJ, thank you for the 9.99 carats. When are you watching the Minecraft movie? Probably never, to be honest. I don't know if I ever will. I see, I see. It's not that folks don't want women in the hobby, it's more please don't try to ruin the vibes. Yeah, but if you're too paranoid about someone ruining the vibes, you're gonna end up gatekeeping people who wouldn't ruin the vibes too. Gotta be careful about it. It can be hard to condense stuff. That seemed like a pretty good summary. If I was less sick, it'd be easier for me to read this stuff too, but I think I did an okay job. Sorry for butchering pronunciation. It's not my strong suit, despite being of the American language person. This is a brief PowerPoint. Okay. Gatekeep and girl boss. I don't know how to do all that. Honorary dude license. What is that? What is that? The Tomoe Burger Sticker Collection Review by unnamed UMARMY member. Okay, maybe this is an ad. I don't think so, because these aren't for sale anymore anyway. Review of Tomoe stickers. This is my review of my first Tomoe merch. This slide includes art and memes of Tomoe for the viewers' enjoyment. The views and the presentation are my own. Enjoy. I thought you were going to say they weren't your own. That would have been crazy. Package review. Came wrapped in Vyoshi branded tissue paper. Came with complimentary Vyoshi sticker. Please note, damage to the paper is from opening before the review. Unwrap the tissue paper stickers. Come in clear plastic bags with Vyoshi cardboard, sealing it close with one staple. Very stickery. Very stickery. Staple was removed before picture was taken. Staple had to be removed carefully as to not damage the cardboard or the bag. It's true. 6 stickers in the bag. 5 Tomoe stickers, 1 burger sticker. Thick sticker paper was used. No damage to any of the stickers. It's me, guys. It's literally me. With a giant hamburger. For your viewing pleasure. I'm glad the hamburger made the cut, to be honest. Burger! First, the burger sticker. Double patty cheeseburger with raw onions, tomato, lettuce, and what appears to be a special or house sauce. Yes. 100% would order this burger. Could be better if cooked onions were on it. This is personal preference. Quite frankly, I agree with you. If burger is scaled to Tomoe, it is truly huge. This is very American. Star Tomoe. Star Tomoe designation because the 2 stars, 1 on each side of her head. Excellent pose, small smile. Very carefree attitude, 4 out of 4. This I adore. That's me. You might be wondering why I'm wearing skates. Because life is about skating through. Burger Tomoe, pure happiness. Burger to Tomoe ratio is perfect. I wish I had a burger to hold like this. 3 out of 3. This is for me. This is my alternate timeline self. Where life is just about burgers, you know? Presenting Tomoe, very proud Tomoe, looks excited to show us something. I imagine it is the huge burger. Very cool pose, very expressive. 8 out of 8, looking great. She's like, wow, take a look. I will take a look. Thank you, Burger Tomoe. Jumping Tomoe, very excited Tomoe, jumping for joy. Like how one eye is open. It is a cool detail that was not necessary but enhances the collection. It must be very hard to jump while wearing quad skates. 5 out of 5 makes me feel alive. Can I actually roller skate? I haven't since I was a little guy. I have not since my youth, yes. Praying Tomoe. Looks like Tomoe's praying or is just grateful. Probably just amazed at the huge burger. The detail on the mouth is very delicate and a bit hard to see. You can imagine Tomoe's joy / wonder at seeing the huge burger. 10 out of 10 would buy again. That was it. That was the presentation. Tomoe stickers. When you're just trying to enjoy life with giant hamburgers. This is what Tomoe was up to in the 1950s? I would believe it, honestly. I would believe it. You gotta get a part-time job. Life isn't all about war, okay? It's not all about war. Gotta make do. It was a pro review. I quite enjoy it too. I've never been left such a good review before. This will definitely help me on Yelp. or wherever reviews are placed. I'm not sure nowadays. Alrighty. I don't know what this is, but I guess we're about to find out. Why the Chrysler 300 third generation is a sleeper daily driver, Section 8 Rolls Royce. What does this mean? This car looks like it costs more than everything that I'd ever make in my lifespan. Does anyone know what this means? Probably. Probably at least one of you guys. The 300 Gen 3 started production in 2015 and ended in 2024. All American made, a genuine hood classic. Okay. What do you mean Tomoe would get it? I'm trying to understand right now. I'm trying. Commonly stocked with a V8, mine is a V6. Isn't that the tomato drink thing? Pretty sure it is. Vented front disc brakes, tight and sensitive, heated AC seats, both front and back, as well as the steering wheel. Soft synthetic leather in the seats, touchscreen and backup camera. 4 doors for more course. I see. That's V8. Is this V8? The tomato juice, yeah. I'm gonna be honest, fellas. I have a 2016 car. Mine is not nearly this nice. It doesn't even have, like, a radio like this. It doesn't have Bluetooth. Well, I think it does. I don't know how to use it, though. And it doesn't have, like, it doesn't tell you what the speed is, like, digitally. It's like, you have to look at the little thingy here and kind of, like, vibe check it, you know? Like, damn, I hope I'm not going over the speed limit. That would suck. I also don't have a backup camera. I guess that's okay. I guess it's okay. Sorry, my car sucks. I'm glad you guys have better cars than me. I mean, I like my car. I like my car. It's cool enough to me. Yeah. Less computers, the better. Look, she gets the job done. She's covered in moss and stuff. And pollen and whatever else is outside at this time of year. Modularity. The engine bay can accept a Hellcat engine. SRT street racing technology hoods are available. Low lid brakes available, not to be confused with the Singer. Wide body kits available. Why do they come in so many colors? What? New Tomoe lore just dropped. It's true. I don't have a fancy car. I can't as a horse, you know? I can't. It would be a betrayal to my kind. I just needed a car that ran properly. Yeah. To be fair, I mean, I've had my car for what, like, maybe 8 months now, and I've only drove, like, probably no more than 400 miles with it, I would say. 400, 500, something like that. I don't drive very often. After driving mine for over a year, the Section 8 Rolls Royce handles like a Porsche with the price tag of a new Ford. In short, it'll be sure to turn heads and offer as much horsepower as the UMARMY Stampede. Wait, this is a nice color, actually. Why is it so fancy looking? Why did they make it Home Depot orange? I'm envious. This isn't fair. A car is a car, it will do. I mean, some people just have nice cars. If I knew more about cars, maybe I would get a better car. Doesn't driving count as treason as it is? Yeah, but I have to get to work. I don't think they'll accept that as a valid excuse. Sorry guys, can't drive a car. It would go against my beliefs. Orange and white can work together as a combo. I think it looks sick. Motorcycles are cool too. Nobody made a presentation about motorcycles though. I just don't see the vision. How was it? It was a good presentation. A+. I wish I understood more about cars. Also, I think your car is better than mine. Very nice! Put it in TF2 colors? Is this TF2 colors? I'm not very familiar with it. Quite good, quite good. It has character. I like it. Thank you for sharing. Now I have to learn more about cars. Its starting price with 32K. What the hell? How do you afford that without having to like sell your kidney? Do you guys have car payments? I really didn't want car payments, so I just bought my car in full. That's why I have kind of like a not so new car. But to be fair, I got it for 5K, which is a pretty good deal on this market today, you know? That's pretty decent. It's pretty decent. 35K? Ain't no way, bro. Ain't no way. Yeah, it was 5K and it has 120K miles on it, but it runs really well. It runs well. I think it's good for what it is. It doesn't really have any issues or nothing. I think the tire pressure sensor is messed up, but like, that's not bad, right? I should probably get it fixed, but I also don't really feel like it's a pressing issue at the same time. It just says that the tire pressure is low whenever it's cold out, but then when it heats up, it goes away. So I'm like, I guess this is fine. I guess this is okay. I don't think this is going to cause any issues. Tomoe debt-free strikes. I don't like having loans or debt or anything like that. I can't do it. I can't do it. Cold weather will trigger those. I don't know how to adjust tire pressure. I don't know how to do basic car maintenance. But I've been told, because I have my coworkers take a look at the tires to make sure it was okay, and they said that the tire pressure seems fine. So it is just the sensor. There's no actual issues with the tire pressure. Also, I have no idea how you even check the tire pressure to begin with. Because my car doesn't have anything that, like, it doesn't have, like, a digital indicator of the tire pressure. Like, each individual tire. So I don't know how to know if my tire pressure's okay. I don't know how to check that. A tomboy that cannot do basic car stuff improve. I don't want to hear that. You're the motherfucker that made that cars are better than horses presentation. You're on the list for like one stream, okay? You shut your mouth. You're in the hot seat, buddy, okay? Don't think I don't recognize your name from that presentation. Use a tire pressure gauge? I guess it's probably not too hard to use. They usually make these things user-friendly, yes. I'm sorry, bro. I have to chew him out for that one. He started this. He absolutely started this. $5? I guess I'm just scared because everybody talks about, like, accidentally messing up with their car pieces and then having to pay more mechanic shop to get it fixed. Yeah, there are car guys who could fix it probably. I don't know. I just didn't think there was like any actual issue with it, so I haven't really looked into it too much. Anyway, cars aside, because you know they're lame and stupid. Horses are better. Let's go on to the next presentation, shall we? UMARMY Equipment Standardization Proposal. This better be good. This better be good. Why standardization is important. A standardization of equipment and uniforms would allow better threat identification as well as better identification of friendly and allied forces. If you guys accidentally shoot each other, I mean, things happen, right? I get it. Would allow for the proper accumulation of forces for a unified assault across any battlefield the UMARMY finds itself. Convention/fan events. Let me see if I can do something real quick. Okay. I have to conscript my horse soldiers because I have to bring people into this disorganized horse force. I'm sorry I can't do this. Twitch chat, this is just for YouTube. This is their privilege. This is their privilege right now. That's true, I'm a horse girl, not a car girl. Welcome everybody to the UMARMY though. Remember, PT starts at 0600. It's nice to have you here. Welcome! What do you mean, what the heck? YouTube lets us give out 10 free, memberships every month, so I just try to do it. It's a part of the process! Trust the process! Alright, don't be mean to Twitch. They're doing good over there. They're doing good over there, too. Thank you, Tomoe. Very cool. A properly equipped and standardized force is intimidating to the untrained enemy, allowing for the depletion of enemy morale in a more fitting and effective manner for an army of UMARMY's caliber. Yeah. Wait, a pompadour? Any article of worn equipment must feature horse pattern camouflage as designed by Horse Sergeant Umari. Alright, that's fair. Uniform should be modeled after the American 1912 pattern wool uniform whenever possible. Wool not mandatory. It might be hard to get wool. I can do cotton. I don't know about wool. The helmet should be modeled after the M1917 Brody helmet or the M1917 Horsebane, which most resembles the hairstyle pompadour. Pictures for reference. I'm with you so far. Proposal for armament specification. You guys don't get weapons. We don't have the budget for that. We don't have weapon money. All members of the UMARMY should be issued M1913 Cavalry Saber. All enlisted members of the UMARMY should be issued either 1903 Springfield Rifle or 1897 You guys don't get shotguns? What? All officers of the... We don't have officers! There are no officers in the UMARMY. Shame on you. You don't know this. All officers of the UMARMY should be issued either M1911 handgun or the M1917 revolver. Simply not true. I refuse to be outranked. Trials and equipment testing. All UMARMY uniforms should be capable of resisting at least 1 half day of Horse Sergeant Umari's PT sessions or 10 continuous days of forced marching under battlefield conditions. These are to be considered equal tests. Okay. Both the M1917 helmet and the M1917 Horsebane should be capable of withstanding 5 of the Horse Sergeant's bonkings with minimal debilitating injuries. To ask of any more from headgear would be unreasonable to expect. That is fair. That is fair. That's true and fair. And yeah, I'm with you so far. All armaments should be within U.S. Army specifications, convention policy approved. Alternative submissions. Alternative submissions by both the enlisted and officers of the UMARMY should be sent directly to Horse Sergeant Umari, Commander-in-Chief of the UMARMY. Submissions only accepted via carrier pigeon. Does anyone have any other submission ideas that they would like to provide with me at this time? I will hear you out briefly. But only briefly. What else do we need, guys? Boots? Why do you need boots? Why? Can we get examples? No. Think quickly. More rocks. I can give you guys more rocks. That's fine. Body armor. Horses have thick skin. You'll be fine, champ. A bread bag. Alright, you guys are asking for unreasonable things. Next, you're gonna ask for food rations next. We're not giving you all that. We don't have the budget for this. We simply cannot swing it. Thank you very much for the presentation, though. A+! Very good. I'm not giving you guys better equipment, though. Nice try. Not in this lifetime, buddy. Alrighty. Next up is Kimono. Thank you very much. This one looks pretty. Finally! One with color! Damn! Can we get some nice colors around here? This is soothing to the heart. Peaceful to the mind. And it's also well organized. What is a kimono? When can you wear it? Formal, semi-formal, casual, wedding, accessories, instruction guide, and fun facts. What is a kimono? Comes from 2 characters as ki, to wear, and mono, meaning thing. was a localized version of the traditional Chinese garment, the hanfu. Contains 4 separate pieces of fabric sewn into a T-shape held together with intricate folds, all secured with a belt known as an obi. Refer to figure 1. Aren't they really complicated to wear though? Like, that looks like a lot. That's like, it's like art, you know? It's like an art form because you're folding fabric together. I can barely put on a t-shirt not backwards, to be honest. I used to wear t-shirts inside out and backwards accidentally to school all the time, and I got made fun of by my parents, so yeah. Sorry. When can a kimono be worn? Often worn for formal occasions and cultural events, and historically worn by both men and women. Worn at key moments in a person's life, as well as being donned for traditional occasions such as a tea ceremony. But they're so pretty! They're so pretty. Different types of kimono. Formal, for special occasions. Furisode, worn by unmarried women. Features long flowing sleeves. Kofurisode, short. Chufurisode, medium. Ofurisode, full length. Tomesode, worn by married women with patterns below the waist. Hikizuri, historically worn by wealthy women, now used by geisha, Michael, and performers. Okay. Homongi, suitable for semi-formal events. Hiromuji, simple, elegant, used for family celebrations and graduation. There's so many different types! My goodness. Komon, casual kimono, often featuring repeated patterns. Yukata, lightweight summer kimono, popular for festivals. Shoumuku, traditional white bridal kimono, symbolizing purity and new beginnings. Dates back to samurai era weddings, often paired with tsunokakushi, white headdress to symbolize humility. Other wedding kimono types: Irochikake, richly embroidered, colorful outer robe, and kakeshita, a more formal long kimono worn beneath the outer robe. Boy, there's so much that goes into this. There's so many. So many. My brain. Let's see. Kimono and modern fashion. Revival of traditional fashion. Young people wear kimono for photo shoots and tourism. Kimono fusion with modern trends. Streetwear brands incorporating kimono fabrics. Kimono-inspired jackets seen globally. Featured in pop culture, including anime and video games. Demon Slayer, Ghost of Tsushima. Hollywood films, Memoirs of a Geisha. Rental kimono services popular in Kyoto and Tokyo. How to wear a kimono. Wear form-fitting clothes as a base layer. Put the kimono on and slide your arms through the sleeves. Lift the fabric of the kimono until the bottom is just above your ankles. Wrap the fabric pieces over your hips with the left on top of the right. Wind the HaniHima belt beneath the bunched up fabric. Tie the HaniHima belt in a bow on your right hip. Reach your hands into the neck of the kimono and pull the fabric down. Hold the front collar with one hand and pull the back of the kimono neck. Tie the second HaniHima belt in a bow beneath your bust. Adjust the back of your kimono until it is not bunched anymore. Tie an obi, kimono sash to finish the look. Tie an obi sash, wrap it underneath your bust line twice, and tie this one in the front. Make sure your kimono is not bunched up underneath it. The headgears are spinning rapidly. That's so complicated. Do you guys know how to tie a tie? Because this is like that, but like more complicated. And a lot of people don't know how to tie a tie. I knew how to tie a tie at one point, just because I wanted to know how to tie a tie. But it's not useful knowledge for me to have, apparently. But you know, it's cool. I think it's cool. It's okay to be confused. Knowing how to tie a tie is a gentleman's task. A gentleman must know these things. Obi plus Nankajuban, wide decorative belt tied in intricate styles. Fukuro Obi, formal elaborate folds. Hanhama Obi, casual simpler tie, a thin undergarment worn to protect the kimono. Zori and Geta, traditional Japanese footwear. Zori is a flat formal made from straw or lacquered materials. Geta is wooden sandals common for yukata. Kanzashi, ornamental hair pieces used to match formality, but they're pretty. Would I wear a kimono? It'd be very complicated. I don't think I'd be able to do it on my own. Maybe if I wasn't alone, you know? Maybe for a very particular occasion. I don't know. I'd rather watch other people look pretty than do complicated stuff myself. I'm not good with elaborate, fashionable things, if that makes sense. But I think they're pretty. Yeah, they're pretty. They're pretty. Kimono etiquette, do's and don'ts. Posture and movement should be modest and graceful. Avoid loud, exaggerated movements. Kimono are delicate. Obi tying varies by formality and occasion. Layering rules. Always wear left side over right. The collar should sit loose, slightly loose for women. Kimono type must match the occasion. Avoid casual kimono, example yukata, at formal events. Fun facts about kimono. Some handcrafted kimono can cost millions due to silk embroidery and gold detailing. Most formal men's kimono include a Monsuki, crested kimono, and hakama, pleated skirt. The fastest kimono dresser can put one on in 3 minutes. See, the fact that that's the fastest one is concerning. That's, oh my god, it takes forever. Vintage kimono are often repurposed into modern outfits. Some samurai era kimono had hidden pockets for carrying small items and still do to this day. Thank you! Thank you! Your uniform takes several minutes to put on properly? Ain't no way. Samurai. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Thank you for all the bright colors and nice facts though. I didn't know it was that complicated, but it's interesting. So thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. A plus! Plus. Plus plus. Thank you for using bright colors too. I appreciate bright colors. We love brightness out here. Bright, sunny, happy things. Don't military have formal uniforms? Surely that takes longer than 3 minutes. Why you have to remind me about that? It's so hard to move in your dress uniform. You just like, you know, like put it on and then try not to move much. And then, yeah. That's pretty much it. That's pretty much it. Just don't move. You can't move. Everything creases, man. It's so stiff and terrible. Ugh. The dress uniforms look good. I refuse to believe this. I refuse. Oh, man. I'm crashing out mentally. What else do we got here? Navy dress blue uniform was scratchy and itchy. Doesn't the Navy have like several dress uniforms though? What incarnation is this? The Russian revolutions of 1917. I'm not surprised that Russia would do this. Would never happen in America. We would never have a revolution. Just saying. Alright, I guess we'll see what Russia was doing 100 years ago. Peasants in the Russian Empire. They don't look very happy. Okay. They don't look very happy so far. By the start of the 20th century, it had become apparent that the Russian Empire had been dealt a bad hand by history. The empire faced many challenges throughout the 19th century, with their loss in the Crimean War convincing many that the nation needed to modernize. At the beginning of the 20th century, Europe had been transformed by the Industrial Revolution. However, while Western European nations like France, England, and Germany had successful transitions from rural to industrial economy, Russia did not. Russia was slower to adopt industrialization. It would lead to turmoil in Russian society. I mean, they don't look very happy, I get it. Russian propaganda on stream. Dude, that reminds me of when I had a Discord server and people kept trying to pop up from Russia and convince people to, like, cross the border into Russia and join the Russian military. It happened like 3 different times. I had to keep banning people for Russian propaganda. Why would you go to an American horse VTuber server and try to spread Russian propaganda? For what purpose? It was weird that happened. Yeah, it's weird that it happened like 3 different times. Why would you do that, bro? Like, go do something else. Get that out of here. They tried to leave, like, detailed instructions on how to do it, too. I don't understand, bro. Crazy recruitment tactics. Yeah. Why are we spreading Soviet stuff? This is Russian lore, I guess. I've never learned about Russian history. I guess we can learn about it. Why not? Oh, whatever. Around the beginning of the 20th century, 2 men, Alexander Bogdanov and Vladimir Lenin, founded the Bolshevik Party. Okay. Lenin had a happy early life, but would encounter tragedy in his teenage years. He lost his father at the age of 16, and his brother would be executed for plotting to kill Tsar Alexander III. Lenin would find himself drawn to the theories of Karl Marx and his book, The Communist Manifesto. Yay, communism. In 1895, Lenin, along with the others in his revolutionary circle, were exiled to Siberia. Lenin spent much of his time after exile in Western Europe, where he would find others that supported the Marxist cause. Okay. At this point in time, discontent among the Russian working class was reaching a boiling point. While industrialization brought wealth to the noble class, most Russians did not see these benefits. Approximately 3/4 of the Russian population were impoverished peasants. Although serfdom had been abolished in 1861, the hope of advancement was short-lived. Russian peasants found themselves slaving away for long, grueling hours in exchange for poor wages, often while being in seemingly inescapable debt. Industrialization also saw many peasants move from rural areas to cities. Most would end up living in crowded, unsanitary slums. I see. Political crisis. At this time, Russia was under an absolute monarchy led by the Romanovs, who had ruled for over 3 centuries. The latest heir to the throne was Tsar Nicholas II, who became a massively controversial figure in the empire. Many in the Russian population saw him as the source of their struggles. These frustrations led to the revolution of 1905, where many Russian workers would go on strike to protest Nicholas and the Romanovs and demand reform. The tensions would reach boiling point on January 22nd, a day now known as Bloody Sunday, where members of the Imperial Guard fired upon thousands of unarmed protesters demonstrating outside of the Winter Palace, where the Tsar lived, killing hundreds. Okay. A portrait of Tsar Nicholas II left Imperial Guard fires on a group of unarmed protesters during Bloody Sunday. Well, you gotta get them to stop protesting somehow. Political crisis continued. In response to the 1905 revolution, Nicholas issued the October Manifesto. The manifesto granted basic civil rights to the Russian people and promised that the elections would be held. The representation would be through the elected body of Duma. The Duma would only meet once, however, as Nicholas would shut it down shortly after. Good job, Nicholas. Nicholas would also continue oppressing his political enemies, proving that his promises of a more democratic society were empty ones. The unrest from the workers would continue, with some strikes turning violent, though the Empire people began establishing Soviet councils of workers opposed to the Tsar's reign. Okay, yeah, I mean, fair enough. The revolutions begin! Why is there a red circle in the... Oh, you guys can't see it. There's a red square and rectangle. Yeah, shapes in the corner of the screen right now. By 1917, the Russian people, fed up with Nicholas and the Romanovs, decided it was once again time to revolt. It hasn't even been 20 years yet. All right. In March of 1917, angry mobs took to the streets demanding bread, starting the February Revolution. Soviets joined in days later, organizing their own larger protests. The demonstrators had two demands: end Russia's involvement in World War I, and for the empire to provide food to the populace. Nicholas demanded that his soldiers put a stop to the outrage, just as they had done 12 years prior, but refused. Days later, he was forced to abdicate from his position as Tsar, and he and his family are placed under house arrest. They will be later executed by revolutionaries in 1918. A provisional government took power, and the Russian Empire was gone, with the Russian Republic taking its place. And then there were more revolutions! Wow! Control of Russia now primarily contested between the Republic led by Alexander Kerensky and the Soviets. The provisional government of the Republic was mostly by and for the Russian elites. Because the provisional government had dissolved the Tsarist police force, the Republic couldn't put down the riots, and they were now especially vulnerable to coups. Okay. In April, Lenin returned to Russia with help from German Empire. Lenin felt the opportunity was right for a Bolshevik revolution. In November, this revolution took place, known as the October Revolution. Despite the implications of late Soviet propaganda, the revolution was mostly bloodless, with the Bolsheviks seizing into government buildings in Petrograd, the capital of Russia. The end of one war, the start of a new. The new government would push major reforms, signing a peace treaty with Germany to end Russian involvement in World War I, abolishing private property, and giving farmland to the peasant class. However, turmoil would soon strike Russia, as the Bolshevik government would find themselves in Russian civil war against the White Army, a confederation of anti-communists fighting keep Russia a republic, and numerous separatist movements in Ukraine, Poland, Finland, and other parts of the empire. The war would end with millions of Russians dead and a Bolshevik victory. They're really doing the most. Aftermath of the revolution. The revolution ended with a total socialist takeover, transforming the nation into a communist government, dissolving the republic. Russia would withdraw from World War I. It was an incredibly radical revolution, as it became the first communist nation, serving as a blueprint for leftist revolutions decades to come. The Soviet Union would find more challenges to come, but that's a story for another time. The end of the Russian Civil War led to the establishment of the world's first communist government. Common Russia L. Thank you for watching. Here's some more Soviet flags since you're such a good listener. Vote for Tomoe 2028, baby. Bless the UMARMY. Why are they all just the sickle and hammer in different form? What? Why is this one white? And then it's all downhill, huh? This one has like text on it. I don't know what these flags are. I don't know. I don't know what this one is. They aren't particularly creative in terms of flags. I'm gonna be honest with you fellas. I don't understand the point of communism. I don't know what the point of it was supposed to be. But this also isn't the place to get political, so if you're a communist, great. Do your thing. It's not my business. Alright. That's enough of that. Thank you for the history tidbit though. A+. Wish it had been American, but I guess Russia is okay too. Equality at all costs. I think horses deserve to be placed above cars, so cannot support. Alright, next up. What do we got here? We have the small arms of World War I. PSA. I am not an expert on the topic being presented. I am simply an enthusiast sharing his interests. Some content has been cut to slide time constraints. Okay. That's fair. Infantry rifles! By the late 19th and early 20th century, bolt-action repeating rifles were the standard infantry weapons of the great powers, loaded with stripper clips and fed from internal box magazines using full-power cartridges. These rifles had an effective range up to 700 meters. While these rifles were good for long-distance shooting, they had some drawbacks. These long, unwieldy rifles, measuring from 49 inches in length, that's only a few inches shorter than Tomoe, were not well suited to the close confines of trench fighting. Their limited magazine capacity of 5 rounds, with a few exceptions such as the British SMLE, and rate of fire with soldiers having to manually operate the action meant they were not suited for the fast-paced fighting of trench warfare. Bro, why are someone's toes in here? I didn't even see that. Why'd they just have their feet out like that? What happened? Why has he got the grippers out? Why are they just out there, bro? I didn't notice until you guys said something about it. For scale? Okay, fair enough. No more toes for you guys. Russian cowboys. Those are your toes? Why'd you put your toes in the frame, bro? Why are you showing your toes off to everyone? What? I see. It's a common meme. Okay, alright. I'm sorry for not understanding. I'm sorry. I was a little bit caught off guard is all. The Imperial Russian Army would be the only army to field lever action rifles on a wide scale in World War I. To make up for the lack of Mosin Nagant rifles, Russia ordered 300,000 Model 1895 lever action rifles in the standard Russian military. 7.62 by 54R cartridge from the Winchester Arms Company. In addition to adding a bayonet lug, the Russian contract guns are also notable for their inclusion of stripper clip guides, where most Nagant clips could be used to reload the box magazine, making the process much quicker and easier than loading individual cartridges by hand. Sounds, you know, quick and easy. Why not? Why is this one yellow? They have so many different colors. Maybe it's like the type of wood used or the finish? I don't know. Self-loading rifles. By the early 20th, many nations started developing and testing self-loading rifles such as the Mondragon rifle, the Mauser M1916, and RSC M1917. These rifles operating on gas or recoil operated systems, allowing the user to fire multiple shots without having to manually operate the action of the rifle. Awesome. Unfortunately, many of these early self-loading rifles were highly susceptible to fouling in the wet, muddy environment of the trenches and only saw limited use. I'll be honest, I have a question for you guys. Why did someone just show up and post Russian text? Ayo, don't do that. Don't do that. This is an American stream. Don't do that. I was gonna ask, sorry, that caught me off guard. I was gonna ask, how many of you guys would be gunsmiths if you were able to do so? How many? How many want to build guns? It seems very satisfying. I mean, don't they look cool? I think they look cool. Why not? It's like a dream job for a lot of people there. You almost signed up to a gunsmithing class? I do find weapons to be very fascinating. All the dudes. It's the male dream right there. I respect it. Handguns! Handguns. We need the Tomoe Umari sweetheart grips ASAP. I'm sorry. I don't know why I giggled. I'm dying. Hold on. Give me a second. Handguns. Before World War I, most militaries were using 6-shot revolvers as their standard issue sidearm, such as the American Colt M 1892, British Bubbly Mark 6, okay, and the Russian Nagant M 1895. By the late 1800s, the first self-loading semi-automatic pistols were being developed. The first model to gain any commercial success was the Hugo Borchardt C93 semi-automatic pistol. Revolvers and other successful semi-automatic pistols such as the Mauser C96, one of my favorites, FN model, 1903, and the famous Luger P08 would all see use by various stations during World War I. I like the revolvers. I think they have swagger to them, you know? They got good vibes. I like them. I like them. This one looks like one you would see in a game. This one is kind of like thick. Why though? This one has a kitchen knife handle, kinda, sorta, and a fat front part. This one it has a shrimp posture. It's leaning forward really far. I need to sit up better myself, actually. So you see, many firearms. Many good weapons. The legendary Colt M 1911. One of the most famous and successful handguns of all time, the Colt M 1911 was designed by legendary firearm designer John Moses Browning and submitted as a contender for the U.S. Army's new standard issue service pistol, adopted in 1911 and is chambered in a 45 ACP cartridge, also designed by Browning. The weapon is fed from a 7-round magazine using a short recoil operation. The M1911 served as the U.S. military's main service pistol for 74 years until its replacement in 1985 by the Beretta 92F, designated the M9. Also one of my favorite handguns, but that's for another PowerPoint. It does look cool. I will give you that. It does look cool. Aren't there like a lot of iterations of this too? I would say so. It just looks pretty. I mean, yeah, they're still good. You could still use them. Good design right there. Nothing wrong with that. The Maxim machine gun. New queen of the battlefield, the Maxim machine gun could lay down a tremendous volume of fire. Designed in 1884 by Sir Hiram Maxim, the Maxim gun was the first fully automatic machine gun in the world and the most widely adopted machine gun of World War I. The Maxim gun featured one of the earliest recoil-operated firing systems, operating from the energy of the recoil acting on the breech block. It's used to eject each spent cartridge and insert the next one. That's a good design. The Maxim gun and its copies would see widespread adoption and use during World War I and will continue to see action in almost every following conflict up to today after 140 years, with the Maxim gun seeing use on both sides of the Russo-Ukrainian War. And then there's light machine guns that don't look that light. And the clip and everything's funky. You wonder if this presentation was made by a Russian? Bro, I do one Russian PowerPoint. And now there's Russians in chat. It's not like that, bro. I'm an American horse girl. I'm an American horse girl. This is not made by a Russian. Bro's over in YouTube chat right now. Defend yourself. You're not a Russian. You're American. I'm not a Russian. Shut up. Shut up. Damn. Hush. Talk about Russians and they will come. Bro, it was one PowerPoint. One PowerPoint! How did that happen? What happened? The Maxim gun was only suited for defensive stationary positions due to its weight and needed a crew of 3 or more to effectively operate. Soldiers needed a machine gun that could be used offensively, yes, of course. Like machine guns such as the British Lewis gun, French Shawshot, whatever the hell that is, that's some French word, and American Bar, Browning automatic rifle, and Danish Madsen were magazine-fed, air-cooled, and significantly lighter than the belt-fed, water-cooled Maxim guns, allowing the weapon to effectively be operated by just 1 or 2 soldiers. The French gun thingy, however, top rate is a notably awful machine gun. Well, yes. Terrible ergonomics, a poor bipod, and an open magazine that allows dirt and debris to get into the firearm. It is without a doubt the worst machine gun fielded in World War I. French L! Thumbs down! This is usually how you summon the Russian fans. They lurk in shadows until they hear the streamer mentions Russia or Russian language or Slavics in general. I don't have a problem with Russians. Let me make this clear. It's okay if you're Russian, but don't go into my streams spreading Russian propaganda, cause then I gotta scold you guys. Y'all gotta keep that down. Don't do that here. This ain't the place for it. Take that somewhere else. No. Also, what did this gun do wrong? Why is it receiving so much hate? What happened? You guys love your American firearms. I respect it, honestly. Very good. Very good. I mean, that's how it is for most stuff. You can be whatever you want to be. You can have whatever beliefs you want to have, but don't come to stream and be weird about it, okay? Don't be weird about it. It's ugly? What? Does the gun have to be pretty to earn your approval? Why are you guys so pretentious about guns? Why does it gotta be pretty? Is this not pretty to you? This looks like a potato cannon. And you guys would still say, oh my god, that's beautiful. And like frame it on your wall. Fucking weirdos. While light machine guns like the Lewis and Madsen were lighter than the Maxim, they still weighed 20 plus pounds, not including ammunition. The term submachine gun was coined by John T. Thompson, the inventor of the Thompson submachine gun, an automatic firearm chambered in a subcaliber generally pistol cartridges such as 9x19 Parabellum and the 45 ACP. Why do they have holes in the side? Does anyone have an actual answer for that? I've always wondered. But why are there holes in it? It's built like a block of Swiss cheese, but as a gun. These lightweight automatic weapons, such as the Bergmann MP-18 Artillery Luger and Viller Perosa and Thompson's Annihilator, that's a good name for a gun, gave individual soldiers a lightweight automatic weapon for use in the trenches. Thompson did submit his submachine gun for US military trials, but the war would end before the weapon made it to Europe. Oh, it's for venting. I see. That's kind of cool. There's a lot of holes in it, but I get it. The Forgotten Weapon. It's even in black and white, so you can like shed a tear about it. The Hell Regal M1915. One notable SMG is an Austrian prototype known as the Hellriegel M1915. Presumably named after its creator, as is tradition, it is possibly the earliest conventional submachine gun designed to be tested. A blowback automatic weapon fed from 20-round stick or 100-round drums, featuring a water cooling barrel jacket. The weapon was likely intended to be crewed by a team of 2, 1 gunner, 1 assistant gunner, as shown by the photograph. These 3 photographs, the only ones known to exist, are the only evidence to go off of. It looks a little funny, but I respect the grind. There's 2 bros arming a machine gun together. Probably holding hands too, but that's irrelevant. The Mauser Tank Glock M1918. With the first tanks fielded in World War I, German infantry needed a way to counter new British and French tanks. Basically a scaled up Mauser 98 rifle. The tank M19. 18 is the first rifle designed for the sole purpose of disabling armored targets and the only anti-tank rifle to see service in World War I. Weighing 35 pounds, 41 pounds with the bipod, and firing the 13.2 by 92mm SR, the rifle could easily punch holes in the British Mark IV tanks' 12mm armor plating from a flat angle. Big ammo. Sorry. Okay. Angled armor. Destroy. Look at him. Look at him go. Look at him go. Bless you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm a little sickly still right now, but we're holding on. It's getting a little easier to talk at least. Maybe that's just me coping right now. No, wait, what do you mean there's no more? What do you mean that was the last slide? What the hell? Bro, why were there not more? Oh, it's 11. Well, that's my fault then. Okay, I get it. This is the consequences of my own actions. I was immersed in the PowerPoint. There's not even an outro slide. What? Well, guys, I'm sorry. I wanted to learn more about guns. I'm sorry. You said 10 slides? Beginning slide and outro slide doesn't count, okay? It's not fair. I want to learn more. Ah! That's okay, though. Thank you for the presentation. Gun out of 10! It was good. It was good. It was good. Need a gun stream. It's okay. It's okay. You had more, but they needed to be cut. That's my fault. I'm sorry. I liked learning about it, though. It was interesting. I didn't even realize we were hitting the slide limit. My folly. The folly of my actions. Forgotten weapons. You can't forget about a weapons. A weapons. Alright, we got a brief presentation here. Let's see what this next one's about. Hello there. My name is the Clone Guy, and I'm here to talk swiftly to you, the commander of the UMARMY, about... oh, there says prologue in the corner. Why Star Wars Clone Wars 2003 is one of the best SW media? What's SW? Star Wars. Oh, yeah. Gendy Tartakovsky? He's a Russian. Okay. The man who made it all. Gendy. American-Russian 2D animator most famous for his works and projects in kids shows such as Dexter's Lab, Samurai Jack, Primal? Huh? Along with others in his involvement with George Lucas in creating this 2D classic in a 2D tradition anime-inspired style. A pure menace on screen. Bro's fighting with his toes. How you fighting with your toes like that? What happened? Grievous the Jedi Killer. Oh. General Grievous's first on-screen appearance until theatrical release in April 2005. Kills 2 Jedi, critically injures 3. Is that a good KDA? I haven't seen all of the movies for Star Wars yet. I've only seen like 4. I think it was like 4. It's like... maybe not 4. Maybe it was 2 or 3. I can't remember. Very good KDA? Okay. I got you. I'll take your guys' word for it. The duels. Duel with the Dark Jedi. Ventress. What? Why do they have 2 lightsabers? Have I actually watched Star Wars? Yeah, I just said I watched like 2 or 3 of the movies. I'm not sure how many to watch before people say the series gets bad, because you guys are very particular about these things. Anakin Skywalker taps into the dark side. The temptation of it grows. Don't do it. We are visually shown the success of lightsaber builds from the Jedi's perspective. This is also where we see the Jedi obtain their lightsaber crystal, the powerhouse of the lightsaber. It's like the mitochondria of the lightsaber, pretty much. A more elegant weapon for a more world-building civilized age. Did it ever cover in the movies how lightsabers get built, or is this like you watch the shows and you learn lore like this? How many series do you have to watch to know the full complete lore of Star Wars? I wanna hear this. I gotta pry into your guys' brains a little bit here. Oh, it's world building, okay. Originals, prequels, Clone Wars series, maybe Rebel series, that's all, okay. Comic books too? I hear with like, you know, like, the video documentary series, like, doing deep dives on the movies, they're, like, hours long, right? Like, hours upon hours upon hours long to go over all of that. Start with 4, 5, 6, then do 1, 2, 3, you can add in Rogue One. What's Rogue One? The Rogue series? Is that it? I need to study this more. This has, exposed a gap in my knowledge. Apple lady? What's she have to do with apples? I don't see the correlation. 3-hour-long videos on individual droids. Aren't those like... There's ones that are made in factories, right? Like the yellow-orange dudes, like the one dudes, those guys in the factory. I don't remember what they're called. But I vaguely remember it. I vaguely remember. I've seen a little bit. Yeah, okay. I know a little bit. I'm sorry, I don't know more. It's interesting though. I don't think Star Wars is a bad series. See, I've never seen Lord of the Ring, but I know a decent bit about Star Wars. It's okay, Tomoe. Don't make fun of me. Damn, I'm trying my best here. I'm trying to understand. Ah. The knighthood of Anakin Skywalker is depicted, making him a knight of the Jedi Order. Although the act has only recently appeared in Star Wars' media with other characters, his would have been more visually important, signifying his advancement and importance in the Jedi as the chosen one. Wait. Although it was also due to desperation for the Jedi's forces strengthened in the war. Okay, I get it, kind of. Didn't you guys say, did Disney make Star Wars better as a series, or did Disney ruin Star Wars? I've heard mixed opinions about it, because I know they tried to take the franchise further, right? Like, but that can be a good or bad thing, depending on how you look at it. Because sometimes, like, something's already good, and they try to, like, you know, like, greed it makes things go bad when companies get greedy, and then everything is ruined. It went downhill. Guess make it seem like Disney ruins everything they touch. Not all bad. So there was some good at least, right? Like a little bit of good stuff. But a lot of it's bad. Some good, mostly bad. Okay. Disney, stop hurting series. Did they add it to like Disney World or Disneyland though? I think that would be a positive. I think it's good if kids are able to get into series like this still, but maybe, I mean, like if you guys had kids or if you have kids, you would show them the original content of series like this, right? You wouldn't show them the Disney versions of it. Because that would probably be my perspective. It's like, oh, I like this series as a kid. I'm going to show my kid what I watched growing up, not necessarily the newer stuff. There was a 5,000 per night Disney hotel where you pretend you're on a starship. That's insane. That's so insane. Oh. Disney does ruin everything they touch. That's sad, bro. That's sad. This looks like a good animated series, though. It has character. You know, back when shows used to have character and not just be soulless. I guess not all of it's soulless nowadays, but the animation style has definitely changed up a lot. The show was comprised of 3 to 5 minute episodes in volume 1 to 2. How is it only 3 to 5 minutes per episode? That's so short. I thought even kid shows were like 20 minutes back then. In that time, the scale of the 3-year-long Clone War was shown to be huge, with armies of both sides clashing in epic conflicts with wide varieties of action. I must learn more. I need to find subject matter experts on the matter. I will do that later. I'm curious now. It piques my curiosity. You guys are helping me learn more things. Thank you. The show ends with a build-up that leads into the 3rd installment of the prequels. The capital of the Republic has come under attack and the Chancellor has been kidnapped. How do you get kidnapped though? How do you let that happen? Oh. I like the explosions and stuff. It's very sci-fi. Sci-fi. He let it happen? Oh no. Getting the spoilers now. It's easier to kidnap people who want to be kidnapped. Who would ever want to be kidnapped though? I'm on to you guys. My time was short, but that's all the time I have. Don't forget to subscribe to Miss America herself, Tomoe Umari, and watch the show however you can. Bye bye, Umarmy. Watch those wrist rockets. Surprise for later. This horse is so joyous. Why is there a question mark here? Thank you for the PowerPoint though. I didn't know this show existed, so I think it's pretty cool. Thank you. And thank you for adding this little guy in too. I'm glad they look so happy. It's just like the simulations. What do you mean the simulation? They're dropping spoilers in chat. What are you guys doing? I can't get immersed like this. Although I did literally ask for it, so I can't blame you. Okay, I'm not gonna gaslight you like this. I, Tomoe Umari, am most grateful for your contributions. What do we got up next? Also, if you're enjoying today's stream, be sure to smash that like button and subscribe as it helps me out greatly. Thank you. Thank you. How many presentations do we have left? You might be wondering. Let me count real quick. We have 14 left. 14 more. Not too bad, honestly. Considering we started with 56. We only have 14 left. Alright, we got this, bro. We got this. Easy. Easy money. Easy. Object show community. A guide to object shows. I yap about object shows on a presentation. Alrighty. Let's see what you've got here, champ. What is an object show? An object show is a show that features sentient objects with limbs and a face. Usually these shows would use a game show-like concept. Examples, Battle for Dream Island, Inanimate Insanity, but others would be non-competitive and more slice of life. Examples, Love of the S***, N, Modern Objects. The community/fandom name for object shows is Object Show Community, OSC. Some examples of object characters. You can't just objectify them like this. What about object shows? Wait, is this annoying orange? Is that the same principle? Usually object shows are in English, but some are in foreign languages. Example, NHMT/CFMOT, a Russian object show by Zach Main. KFC, a Korean object show by Some shows are joke shows. Some shows that parody the original object show formula and or shows that are mostly just jokes. Example, Object Fool or Battle for Circle. Object shows are a type of web series and majority of them are on YouTube. They're also considered indie animation. I didn't know that went this deep. The first object show was created by Carrie and Michael Huang, Jack and Jellifi. It was called Battle for Dream Island, which consists of 20 contestants. Second one is Inanimate Insanity. It's made by Adam Katz and his friends. The term object show was made relevant by Jack and Jillify in a video titled Send Us Your Object Shows, but its coining date is unknown. A lot of talented creators are in the object show community as well. Animating a show, object shows are usually animated in Adobe Animate, but some others use different softwares, heck, even PowerPoint. Before you ask, yes, 3D object shows exist. Most shows have crews. A basic crew consists of some animators, storyboarders, VAs, and background artists. Object shows are diverse. Object shows aren't only videos. They can also be in the form of Discord camps? Discord camps. What does that mean? That's scary. Discord camps. Oh my god. Comics, novels, and so on. Some other animated object shows don't even use an actual animating software. Some examples are Objectified, a webcomic featuring objects, The Race of Children, a possibly discontinued Discord camp hosted by Saini Leaves, a well-known name in object show community. An animated and animate battle in the slideshow object show shows both animated and PowerPoint. Yes. Don't send your kids to Discord camp. Don't do it. Don't do it. It's a dangerous place for kids to be, let me tell you. But what is a Discord camp? Okay, now we get to know what a Discord camp actually is. Discord camp is a type of activity that lets people compete as objects in an object show. Don't objectify yourself. Of course, there is a prize if you win. Sub prize. Oh god, it actually is on Discord! Fuck! Sorry, I didn't mean to swear. No! No! Discord art. Some sort of currency, Robux, V-Bucks, etc. Please tell me this isn't for kids. Please. Please, brother. Art. Nothing. Usually these types of camps are just for fun. Some camps have gimmicks that spice it up. Usually challenges are made in the form of animating, but some others include comics, writings, etc. The timeline dates are written in day, month, year before BFDI. Total Fiery Island was a comic version of BFDI, but it was a lot different than BFDI. Humble Beginnings. BFDI 1.8 is released. A few other object shows released, most notably Inanimate Insanity, another season of BFDI. BFDI had its second season, BFDI 8, and Inanimate Insanity finished their first season and is making their second. More OSC members start rolling in. The not so great hiatus. BFDI went to a hiatus due to them being in junior high school. Okay, it is for kids. That confirms that. I'm fucking losing it, dude. And won a cartoon food award. Okay. 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 Well, I just worry about kids on the internet. That's why I'm reacting this way. That's all. The points are here, most of them anyway. Dates are written in day, month, year. BFDI is back. Jack and Jellify made a video on the fact that BFDI has finally returned. ID, FB. BFDI's third season was released on 1/9/2016, but only its first episode is released. Battle for BFB. BFDI's fourth season. Satomi Hinatsu joins the Jack and Jellify crew making the season. 1/11/2018, Zach Main unveils a teaser for a Russian object show called Clash for the Million of Thousands. Split. BFB splits into two seasons. BFB and the Power of Two. BFDI was nominated for the Cartoon Crave Awards. Inanimate Insanity begins its third season, while its second is ongoing. 2022 to present day. After the split, BFDI-A comes back with new episodes after 10 years of being cancelled. After AIB's 5th episode, the show was put in an indefinite hiatus. This became an inside joke in the community. Anime Insanity finishes off with its last episode of the year. Thank you for reading my TED Talk, guys. I'm totally sound about object shows, trust me. Also, apologies if it was blocky on some areas, especially the timeline bits. The lack of images. I made this in a rush. That's okay. I wish I could have more images to like know what they're supposed to be. Unless it's just literally anything that has like faces on objects and stuff. But like I wonder what the animation looks like and stuff. Also, little lesson for you guys. Don't give your kids access to the internet without parental supervision. That's how you get bad things to happen. The internet is not a safe place for minors. That is my Tomoe Umari wisdom of the day. Thank you very much, though. A+. 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 Well, no idea what this is. Let's see. Zeon did nothing wrong. This is about to get all, I wonder what this is. That's how you get VTubers? Yes, that is how you get VTubers. I mean, honestly, I had unsupervised access on the internet from age of 12, and look how I turned out, fellas. Yeah. Can you imagine letting your 12-year-old child on the internet without supervision? It sounds so dumb now. It sounds so dumb. I guess maybe it was a different time. I don't know. I don't know, man. It's still unsafe, but very different. I guess that's true, yeah. I guess so. The 12-year-old internet access to military enlistment pipeline. There is no correlation there. I only joined the military because my older brothers did, okay? I wasn't even thinking about it until then. I didn't even consider it as a possibility. I was just following in their footsteps, that's all. Granted, I joined a different branch than they did, but I digress. The One-Year War. Can I get, like, a preface of, like, okay, hold on. Like, can you tell me what show this is about? Like, before we just, like, jump into the middle of it. Because I feel like I'm going, like, straight in the middle. I gotta have, like, a beginning portion, you know? I gotta have... Okay, it's Gundam. Okay, thank you. Thank you! Yes, I have older brothers in the military. I do. I only have brothers. I'm not sure if that's a surprise to you guys, but I don't have any sisters. I am the only female of my my siblings. You can tell, okay. Yeah, alright, buddy. That's fair. That's fair. Alright, we got the background info. Let's get into it. The One-Year War. Zeon and its people sought the dream of all mankind. Freedom! I don't know about all mankind, but like most of mankind at least. Freedom from the old ways. Freedom from the tyranny of the Federation. Freedom to blaze a new type of humanity and stand up for the future. To this end, they nobly fought and, if need be, killed other people for it. Their war was a righteous one. Alright, but like, philosophically speaking, how do you decide if your cause is righteous? Who gives you a right to take human life, huh? Who gives you that right? Come on, man. Come on. Think about it from that perspective. I bet you didn't even think about that, did you? Operation British. Okay. Not wanting a protracted war and to save lives of its people, Zeon made a brave strategy. Operation British! Named after the greatest empire in human history. Alright, bro! I believe the kids call this glazing Britain. We're not gonna be doing that here. What do you mean, greatest empire in human history? Hello, buddy. There were greater empires. I don't know if anyone's ever told you this. There are better ones out there. Alright? What do you mean, greatest? Huh? What do you mean, greatest? Okay. Remind that no tyranny is everlasting. Okay, but alright. Whatever. To their ends, they took a forcefully unpopulated colony and cast its planet ward to Federation HQ Jaburo, the Amazon. They hit Australia, but the Feddies caused that by deflecting it. Is this all actually a part of the series? Oh, man. What language am I speaking right now? Just American, that's all. British is not the greatest empire in history. You are a liar, sir. You are a liar. I'm pretty sure the Roman Empire was better. The Mongolian Empire was better. There's so many better empires out there. The hell do you mean the British was the best? If they were the best, they wouldn't be on their little island right now with all their land taken away. How can you be the best when you got shoved back into a corner, huh? How'd that happen? So much for being the greatest. That would never happen to America. Why'd that happen to the UK then, huh? Why'd that happen to Britain? What happened? You had everything, you lost it. You're a bunch of bozos. Get it together. Anyway, that aside... yeah, look. I gotta keep them in check. They're getting a little too overconfident there. Colony and population management. You made us decolonize. Look, I'm not gonna. I'm gonna just say this. If I had an empire, I wouldn't get bitched around by other countries and get told to decolonize, okay? That would not happen to my empire. So I don't know why you guys let that happen to you. What do you mean greatest empire and you had to decolonize? What happened? Come on, what happened? What happened, son? What happened? Well, alright. Yeah, this isn't foreshadowing or anything, no. Stop rubbing it in. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't know much about Britain. Except that they had a lot more territory, not even 100 years ago, bro. You sound like my grandpa. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, bro. I don't think this population's even about Britain, dude. I derailed it a little bit. My bad, writer of this presentation. I saw the opportunity to flex on them, and I had to take it. It's in my American blood, you know? Thank you, MD, for the 2 carrots. That's my Oshi, hell yeah. Yeah, it's okay. Let's keep it on, you know? Despite the majority of humanity immigrating to colonies, humanity's population was still swelling. Within the first 9 months of the One-Year War, the population surplus had been slashed by 50%. But yeah, did not stop there, for they had also opened up new resources on Earth, though through strip mining, like in Minecraft. I know, yeah. And allowed the recycling of resources in orbit by destroying colonies. Tomoe destroying both her Russian and British fan base today. Nah, they still love me. It's complicated. They know I'm like this. It's alright. They just throw sugar cubes at me, but like they still appreciate me. I could tell. Yeah. New types. Zeon Zum Daikum had a vision for a few. Why does he have no eyebrow? Where's eyebrows at, bro? What happened? For a future with a better human, a new type of human. He kind of looks like Giovanni from Pokemon a little bit. You know? Like the hairline. Bro's got the Giovanni hairline. Sadly, he could never see this dream realized due to suddenly die with no enough. How did you just drop dead like that? Luckily, the completely innocent zombie family could take up his mantle and weaponize his dreams. Yeah, it really sucks when people just drop dead like that. Pictured is the ever-inspiring Girin Zabi, who believed in the vision of making these supermen of space through eugenics. I don't think we're supposed to support eugenics. But, you know, it was a different time. Okay, I'll keep reading. Neo Zeon, twice the child soldiers, twice the innocent. Oh, I lied. Zeon did do something wrong. Not go far enough. Why stand for the future when you can be it? Why break away from tyranny when you can destroy it? Why wait for the new types when you can make them? Why throw a colony when you can throw a moon? Liberate yourself from gravity and with it all that holds us down. Hail Neo Zeon! Oh my god, dude. What kind of propaganda is this? Don't say eugenics are cool! No! No! The Eugene Krabs fandom is dying. Repost if you're a true eugenicist. I need to do something about you guys today. Written and produced by Merrick Colombo Vesper at 3 a.m. Proofread by GM Powerlines, a sequel to What Amazaku. Have a great day, a wonderful life, and remember, Sieg Zion. I don't think that's allowed. I don't think this is allowed. Are these space Nazis? I think they might be. I think they might be. They're just dropping moons on people and stuff. You know, I thought about this, right? And like, most women like fantasy series and most guys like sci-fi. But there's overlap, right? Because like, some dudes really love elves and stuff. They're like, yeah, elf twinks, let's go. And then some women are like, yeah, aliens, yeah. Yeah. I don't know what's happening right now, bro. I'm trying to interpret this. I'm trying to interpret this all. Fantasy is overall more popular than sci-fi. I guess it depends on like where you're from too. I know there's a lot of isekai and stuff, so that means that fantasy is probably a lot more popular in Japan. But then there are like some countries that really dig sci-fi, right? Yeah. Yeah, this was pretty unhinged, but like, it was amusing, so I'll give you that. It was a good presentation. I like how you guys all have different styles of making presentations. It's very interesting. A+! A+. Very good. Very nice. Very, very nice. We learning out here. We out here getting our knowledge on. Education up. This one's making me see red. This next one. Do I have to do this one? This just hurts. Like, why would you do this? Why would you do this? What's wrong with you? What the hell is wrong with you? Why? Like, why? What was the purpose of making this? Like, did you really get out of bed and decide this was a good idea? Why Lowe's is better than Home Depot? Okay. Why have such a controversial opinion? Simple, because I am the devil's advocate. Dude, Lowe's is garbage, trash. It's not Home Depot. It's like Home Depot if you have literally no other option. History of Lowe's. First store appeared in North Wilkesboro, North Carolina in 1921 by L.S. Lowe. Okay, you know how they say if you had like a time machine, like what would you do? And then usually dudes do silly stuff. I would go back and kill this man so that Lowe's never existed. Because Lowe's is a plague upon our beautiful American society. Lowe's is a net negative for our civilization. Nothing good has ever come out of Lowe's. Home Depot is where it's at, okay? Home Depot is the future. Lowe's is the lowest you can go. So don't you go to Lowe's, okay? Don't you ever dare go to Lowe's. If you are part of the UMARMY, don't you ever go inside of a Lowe's or I will disown you and I will get rid of you. You will be made into glue in a Home Depot. So how about that, huh? How about that? Don't go to, why are you gonna say you're going to Lowe's? No, don't go to Lowe's. I'm like a Home Depot fanboy, that's all. That's all it is. You know how some women have like K-pop, they're like K-pop stands or whatever? I'm like a Home Depot stan. So like, I just don't like seeing this slander. I don't want their rival to have any sort of business, you know? You used to work at Lowe's. Well, I'm glad you realized the error of your ways and left them. After World War II, Lowe's focused the company on home improvement products. Becomes a publicly traded company in 1961. See? They went public with it. That's terrible. Absolutely terrible. Lowe's joins the Fortune 100 in 2002. History of Home Depot. Established in 1979 in Atlanta, Georgia. I remember that day as if it was yesterday. Literally best day of my life. Have it marked on my calendar. Every year, I celebrate the day that Home Depot came to be. Because without it, I wouldn't even want to be alive. I had no life before Home Depot. Becomes publicly traded in 1981, focuses on professional customers in 1986. Open the 2000 store in 2005. What is the difference? Home Depot is more focused on professional customers and contractors, provides more construction product brands, and has 2,347 stores worldwide and 2,012 stores in the US. Notice, Lowe's, more focused on DIY and home improvement, provides more home brands, 1,748 stores in the US, aka smaller, weaker, frailer. If this was a nature documentary, it would get its throat torn out. It cannot survive out there, okay? It is garbage, comparatively. You might be European, but look at the difference in the logos. Can you not tell that this is a superior, manlier logo? Like, you walk in there, and your testosterone spikes up. You go in here, and you're like, huh, didn't know I decided to wear a skirt outside today. This is embarrassing. I guess I should go back home now. You know? Alright, there. I wanted to clear the air a little bit. But yeah. It has aura. It does. It has a good theme song, too. Everybody knows the Home Depot theme song, but what's the Lowe's theme song? Probably some really sad, pathetic song. If they even have one, that is. Why Lowe's is better? Boo! Boo! Trash. The two stores have a lot of the same benefits. Listed below are all the benefits that Lowe's does that Home Depot doesn't do. Lowe's allows you to price match with other brick-and-mortar stores and Amazon, whereas Home Depot only price matches other brick-and-mortar stores. Yeah, well, Amazon sucks anyway, so whatever. Why does it matter? Lowe's has a bigger variety in their garden section than Home Depot does and allows you to return dead plants depending on the type of plant. Your plants won't even die if you get them from Home Depot. They're just better. They only allow you to return dead ones because they don't know how to keep them alive properly. Lowe's is a better store credit card that allows you to get 5% off all purchases and add store credit, whereas Home Depot is a tiered discount. 25 off, 25 to 299 purchases, $50 off, 300 to 999 purchases, 100 off, 1,000 plus purchases. I mean, that's pretty good though. That's pretty good. I feel like that's good enough, you know? That's like 10%. That's 10%, bro. Why would you need more than 10% off? What to expect in the future. With more homeowners trying to save money during a time of economic uncertainty and the need for more housing, Lowe's has been targeting the professional building sector since 2018 while maintaining DIY-friendly brand. This will create a market competition between Home Depot and Lowe's that will hopefully make products cheaper in the future. I'm just disappointed. The Home Depot song is overused and overrated. No slides left to defend yourself, huh? See me in my office after class. Unacceptable. Unacceptable. You come into my house, my home, spreading this lie, this slander of something sacred. That's just not okay, you know? You can do a lot of things. You can vandalize my stables, burn down my house, but you cannot talk bad about Home Depot here. Some things are just too far, you know? Too far. Alright, well, now that we had that waste of time, F-. 2 claps. That's all you get. You don't get a round of applause. Thank you for making the presentation, though. I appreciate it. Unacceptable behavior. Expected more of my UMARMY people. Alrighty, next presentation. Immersive simulations. Alright. Alright. What is an ImSim or ImSim? Short for immersive simulation, per the title. Genre of games that make a point of being about player's choice. Present you with problems and obstacles which you, the player, must make different choices as to how you can solve these. You need to really use your noodle, or not. Think of any level being a sandbox with you being able to tackle shit at your own pace and however you want. Gotta use your noodle, bro. Just use it. That's it. It's a body diagram with inventory options. What can you find in an MSim? Puzzles. Lots of puzzles. Like the kind that you do on a table, I guess. Probably not, though. Maybe a little more complicated. RPG elements like leveling up your character's stats to make them crack puzzles easier or pummel shit to death quicker. Combat, of course. Non-linear approaches to obstacles, level design, manipulation, NPC manipulation, rat in a maze type of feeling. Rewards for exploration. Semi-open world! There's a lot to do. These are the types of games where you have to go out of your way to like 100% them, right? Is that how that is typically? There's like secrets and things and extra stuff. Maybe... I think I'm thinking of it properly. Not necessarily. Okay. A split off. Not every IM-sim is made equal, having different intentions of the design on how to approach dilemmas you may come across. On one hand, there's the stealth-oriented side of the genre. On the other hand, there's the action-oriented side. Both coexist, however, sometimes it may not be in your favor depending on what the design of the game is. Stealthy-oriented. These games focus primarily on sneaking about each level. You may use the environment to your advantage to lure enemies out of your path, like creating a noise or letting them chase, then lose sight of you, then possibly taking them out with lethal or non-lethal voice, hiding them away so another enemy doesn't get the hint that you are around. Key example being the Thief Trilogy. No, the 214 one does not exist. 2014 rather. I guess a lot of games are like this, kinda, sorta. Action-oriented. These games focus on you not being a sneak and are more interactive with the player's choices and solving matters. However, you know you want to light up anything that moves instead of talking to your issue. Come on, now, do it, kill it. I mean, if you have an option to kill, you may as well, right? As mentioned before, this and stealth can coexist. One series punishing you for taking the killing route, that being Dishonored, where you can stealth or kill, the latter getting you the bad ending. Since when does murder result in a bad ending? Linearity? In my MSim? As mentioned before, not every MSim is made equal. In fact, they aren't regarded as such due to lack of mechanics. MSim lights, as they are called, lack the player's choice aspect, requiring you to solve your problems on a one-way street. BioShock falls into this identity, with combat being the primary way to progress due to lack of incentive of stealth, or any really. MSim Cloak Warren, when hacking or choosing to harvest little sisters or not, just for people who think real MSims are too complex. Y'all don't be killing the little sisters in those games. I heard it's hard to, like, it makes you feel bad, but like you may as well, right? Not that I'm, you know, a big BioShock fan, I just know a little bit about the game and how it is. Storytelling. Like any game, lore is told through cutscenes and in-game text like a book or some NPC talking directly to you. In an MSim, the story is told by the environment itself, notes or audio logs left scattered about by NPCs and conversations had amongst themselves you'd hear from passing them by. The immersion comes from how lived in the world feels with these. You get the image of the lives they live or once lived, or how the world around them spins. So it's all about immersion, okay. I'm with it so far. So far, I understand. These are all people. Real life people. Wanna play an MSim? Here! System Shock. Stalker! Thief! BioShock! Cyberpunk 2077. Deuce X. There's a lot of them. They all have like spin-offs and other things. I thought about playing Cyberpunk. I heard it's pretty interesting. It's not an MSim? Why not? The end. Thank you! I don't know what most of those series are, though, to be honest. They look interesting, but hopefully not too gruesome. Hopefully not too gruesome. This is a good list. Very well constructed. I like having the illusion of free choice, you know? Thank you, Nideth. 4 months. Nice. Very nice. Very nice. An A+ presentation. Thank you very much. My brain is growing larger with each presentation. Okay, the one presentation that was private earlier, unshared, has now been shared. So now I can go through this one too. Alrighty. Oh, thank you, Kiri. Sorry, I was locked into I guess we're about to learn about why baby seals are killed. Hello. Welcome. I'm a little bit sick right now, but I'm going through presentations that were shared by members of my community. We're trying to get down to the, you know, what goes on in their heads. Some spread misinformation, others have some pretty interesting facts. Yeah. I'm Tomoe Umari. I'm a military tomboy horse girl. This is my story. Demand for seal products has fallen, so why keep hunting? What are seals used for? Oh my god. Coats, boots, other clothing items. Oil for omega-3 supplements. Meat for consumption. That meat does look pretty good though, not gonna lie. And like, those boots, I would wear those. They have cute looking fur. It's probably expensive, but like, it looks soft. Why demand for seals has declined. Protesting is widespread and active. Do they only kill the babies? 35 countries, including Russia, US, and EU, ban Canadian seal products. Decline in consumption of seal produces. Of 400,000 seals quota in 2016, only 66K were killed in 2016. Okay. Seals are cute. People like them. But like, they look like they'd make a really good jacket, you know? Would you guys really not kill them just because they're cute? When has that ever stopped you from killing something before? Seal hunting. Government trains seal hunters in humane... Oh my god, dude, he's literally beating it to death! Oh my god! He's actually just beating it! That's so metal. That's so metal. Killed quickly by rifle, haka pick, or club. Seal arteries are cut, then skinned and processed. Canada sees this industry as vital. Alright, guys who want to defend Canada, step forward. They love clubbing baby seals to death. Canada is all about that seal murder, okay? Try defending them now. And yet you guys told me not to delete Canada. You're like, oh yeah, Canada's done nothing wrong. Bunch of fucking seal killers they are. How do you defend that, huh? Can't defend that no more. Yeah, apparently it's vital to them. They need it as part of their economy. Seal meat is served in the Parliament Hill cafeteria. Demonstration of government support. I mean, okay. Where is this happening? Commercial seal hunting happens mainly in Newfoundland and Labrador. Fishing and seal hunting. 40% of sealers' income comes from the seal hunt. Not many opportunities for other work. Economically depressed area. So it's over here by Quebec. So not too far away from Maine. Maine people, they're killing seals out there. Just murdering them. Straight up killing them. Newfoundland, I see. They just get bored and they kill them. It's not even for the economy. Damn, bro. I mean, they look cute, but that obviously doesn't stop them. Harp seals, gray seals, and hooded seals' overall population has increased. Scientists warn if nothing changes, seal death rates increase. Climate change causes habitat loss. 7.4 million harp seals live in Canada. I mean, it sounds like there's plenty to, kill if you need to. There's a lot of them there. Not that I'm, saying you should, but like, you could. Not that you should, but you could. Remembering a presentation for almost 10 years ago, so basically it came to me in a dream. Thank you very much for sharing your knowledge on killing baby seals. Kind of hardcore, but I respect it. Pick a side, Tomoe. Well, I'm not gonna not kill something just because it's cute, if it has a practical purpose, but also, who wants to eat seal meat anyway? That's weird. That's weird, man. Choose a better meat product. Maybe it's nutritious, though. I don't know. I don't know. They're basically floating potatoes in the water. I'm not gonna feel bad about it. A slideshow by Failmage Curl. Wow, what a silly fellow. Cavalry sidearm. How horses, hay, and humans were the original war machine. Whoever said diamonds are a girl's best friend. Horse! Hey! Hello. Archery is cool. Wait, this has nothing to do with... What do you mean? Cavalry sidearm. Archery is the sport, practice, or skill of using a bow and arrow. The term comes from the Latin term arcus? Literally bow. Historically used for hunting or warfare until the advent of firearms. Wait, but how did this happen? How did this happen? In modern times, it is used more as a martial art. People who participate in archery are called archer, bowman, or toxophil. The olden times. That's me when I lock in, by the way. That's my expression. Evidence of archery dates back thousands of years. Arrowheads were discovered in South African caves dating back to 60 to 100,000 years ago. Some evidence of archery during the Mesolithic era was found in the Eurasian Peninsula, rather. The definitive use of archery was discovered in Germany over 17,000 years ago at a site called Mannheim Vogelsting. Well, archery is pretty old. Back to the classic. The oldest known bows so far come from Denmark on the Holmengard Swamp. So what's the deal with Denmark? Because I only ever hear bad things about Denmark. Does anything good happen in Denmark? That's a little bit of an aside. I don't know much about Europe, but I don't know. No. Danishes. It is a place of all time. They make Legos. Okay. I mean, I guess that's a good thing to have. Although Legos are very expensive. High taxes and alcoholism. Yeah, that sounds about right. The bill eventually drafted out the spear thrower as the primary means for launching projectiles. Archery becomes prominent in various ancient civilizations, including the Egyptians, Greeks, and Chinese, where it was used for hunting and warfare. Pick your poison! There were primarily 3 types of bows used in ancient times. Self-bow made from a single piece of wood, backed bow reinforced with materials like sinew or horn, composite bow made from multiple materials offering greater power and flexibility. Thousand Island Zest. Archers were typically a small but vital part of the military. They often served as skirmishers, providing range support rather than being frontline troops. The ancient Greeks recognized the importance of archery, employing it as a flexible tactic in warfare, which was essential for many of their famous battles. Archers' role. While archers were often viewed as less prestigious compared to heavy infantry, they played crucial roles in warfare. They were used for fending off attackers from city walls, commando raids, and skirmishes, and providing fire for advancing troops. Yes! And they understood the value of horses. That's the most important part. During the Middle Ages, archery was crucial in battles, especially in Europe. The longbow became a significant weapon, notably used by the English in battles like the Battle of Agincourt. England established the first medieval archery law in 1252, mandating that all men aged 15 to 60 be trained in archery. This was crucial for military readiness. The longbow and recurve bow were the primary types used. Longbows were particularly famous for their power and range, often exceeding 200 yards. Archery was not just a military skill, it was also a popular sport. Competitions were held, and proficiency in archery was a source of pride. Popular literature and folklore came about with the legendary figures like Robin Hood becoming iconic representations of skilled archers. Agincourt? What's so good about that? What happened? I don't get it. I'm not European. I don't know these things. Early 13th century bows were typically under 5 feet long, evolving over time to become more powerful and effective in battle, mostly to counter the advent of spearmen and pike charges. Oh, French defeat. Okay, that's understandable. Archery fell off. The introduction and widespread use of gunpowder weapons like muskets and cannons rendered traditional archery less effective. Firearms could penetrate armor more reliably than arrows, changing the dynamics of battlefield engagements. As armor technology improved, particularly during the late medieval period, arrows became less effective against heavily armored opponents. The shift made archers less valuable on the battlefield. Man, imagine you train your whole life for that and your skill set just gets rendered obsolete. I would probably crash out, to be honest. Military tactics evolved to favor formations and strategies that integrated firearms and heavy infantry, reducing the reliance on archers. The rise of professional armies and changes in military training emphasized firearms over archery, leading to a decline in archery skills among soldiers. By the time of the English Civil Wars, because of course they had to have civil wars too, you guys aren't special. 1642 to 1651, archery was often seen as a backup option if gunpowder supplies ran low. We are so back. Archery saw a revival in the 18th century when the upper classes took it up as a recreational activity. This led to the formation of archery clubs and organizations among the nobility. Archery was not only a military tool, but also a skill celebrated in various cultures, often associated with mythology and heroism. In modern archery competitors shoot at targets that often consist of 10 concentric circles with points awarded based on accuracy. There's a reason apples and archery are a thing. Archery is not just about skill, it also provides great physical exercise. Drawing a bow requires strength, particularly in the arms and back, and helps in toning muscles while burning calories. Archery demands a high level of concentration and mental discipline, making it a great way to improve focus and reduce stress. There are various forms of archery, including target archery, field archery, and 3D archery, each with its own set of rules and target types. That's all, folks. I have a lot more to say when we hit the Victorian area, but I'm also no yapper, so we'll start there. Maybe next time, Tomoe does some slides, I'll talk about arrow types and more cool stuff. Sorry about the middle part. It's okay. I want to know more about arrow types, to be honest. I always thought it was cool how they, like, find old types all over the place. So, there's gotta be, like, so much to it now. So many advancements made. So many little things, you know? I'm very curious about it all. Very curious. Also, what do you mean the European, the English people, they had a revolution first? Everybody knows that America is one of the oldest civilizations. Yeah. National archery champion in the US. It seems like it'd take a lot of work to train for, but it seems very fulfilling. It's a good sport. Not one you hear too much about. At least not here. So maybe it's more of like a niche type of interest, but those are usually the most fun ones. I guess I should probably do another presentation experience like this. I mean, are you guys having fun learning about various topics? Because I'm having fun teaching them. I get to expand my repertoire of knowledge and get a chance to look into various things. It's interesting what you guys come up with. So we'll probably do this again. Maybe later in the year we could do this as well, you know? Hopefully with me not being sick next time. Granted, I wasn't sick originally yesterday. I felt right as rain. Alright, it was an unexpected development. Little hitch in the plan. Do I want to be a teacher? No, I like making a living wage. I mean, working with kids wouldn't be that bad. I don't know. I'd probably crash out, actually. Man, so disrespectful nowadays, you know? These kids, they don't understand. They're fidget spinners and whatnot. What else do we got here? If you moved to a real first world nation, you would be making a living wage. I'm sorry you can't accept that the US is better than your country. That's not my problem, bro. That's not my problem. But you don't make a living wage in the military. I mean, your take-home income's not great, but you have your housing and food and stuff paid for. So if you look at it from that perspective, I guess you have healthcare too. So the benefits help balance it out to make it more or less a living wage. So it's not too bad, I would say. It's good for stability at the very least. Definitely not making a career out of this shit, though. It is very much a I'm sorry you feel that way type of situation. I will say that. Oh, goody. Starship Troopers. Presentation made by 1000 Island Sauce. I actually kind of want some 1000 Island Sauce now. Thank you. Presentation by Tomoe Umari. America's Sweetheart. I didn't know I was sweet, but I'll take it. Wait, I yap like this? I do, don't I? Me when I'm playing Pokemon for over 12 hours. Tomoe during the stream. Yeah, I'll try to move like that. I don't think I should move my head too much though. It might throw me off a little. Who wrote Starship Troopers? This stud right here. Look at that stash. Yeah. His name is Robert A. Heinlein, a naval officer, aeronautical engineer, and sci-fi writer who wrote books like Stranger in a Strange Land and The Moon is a Harsh Mistress. Oogie. Heinlein's views are heavily seen as radical and ahead of its time in its view of social criticism. He saw plenty of historical events unfold and drew inspiration from them. What is Starship Troopers? Surface level. Is it a movie made by Paul Verhoeven? Yes, this presentation is about the book though. So it's based on a book. Yes, should I read the book? After subscribing to Tomoe and finishing this stream, yes, join the UMARMY. Propaganda at its finest. Is the movie an accurate representation of the book? No, sort of, not really. It serves as a good visual aid, but it's not a one-to-one recreation of it, in my humble opinion. Did Paul Verhoeven do a good job translating the book to the screen? No. Verhoeven couldn't get past the first chapter of the book and claimed it to be boring. What a tool, dude. That's awful. Well, the book have been better if there was a Family Guy clip or Subway Surfers gameplay on the side, bud. Maybe. Let's go a layer deeper. The book. Okay, so what's the book about? It's a book about shooting bugs, communists, and blowing them up with nukes, and how the world became the United Citizen Federation. Awesome. But what is it really about? It follows the life of Johnny Rico entering into the mobile infantry and becoming a train killer, and how the world became a peaceful utopia. So it's a long history lesson. It's a long history epic with stunning and imaginative descriptions and deep philosophical questions. You are here. I'm not an iceberg. Oh, it's the guy with the thinking cap. I make that expression sometimes. Watch this. I can't actually do it though. Wait, so why should I read this book? The book is a basis for almost all sci-fi media to this day. It's intelligent and poses deep philosophical questions. You're intelligent. Intelligent people read intelligent book. Robodogs, not kidding. Bro's built like he's gonna maul a toddler. Actually, no, he's kind of like a bull terrier now that I look at him. Power armor, nuclear bombs, awesome guns. Yeah! Yeah! It's pretty good, actually. It's pretty good. This franchise is awesome. Where do I start? How old is this? Why are they killing the bug? Wanted to add angelic music, but couldn't figure out how to do it. That's okay. Wait, the book, what about other forms of media? This is a comprehensive view of media, Starship Troopers related media. Enjoy in the order it should be enjoyed, or do whatever you like. You have free will. So you have the original book, you have this, which I don't know what this is. Is this the movie, maybe? Starship Troopers Terrain Command, either or. Starship Troopers Extermination. View at your own discretion, it's not that good. Starship Troopers 3 Marauder, Starship Troopers 2. Big bugs. Note, some Starship Troopers media may be lost media. Starship Troopers Insect Touch. Starship Troopers... It's in Japanese. Starship Troopers Invasion. Starship Troopers Traitor of Mars. Roughneck. Starship Troopers Chronicles the Complete Campaigns. Note there's another video game from the 2000s which is impossible to find, only footage on YouTube, as well as tabletops games / board games. I've not been able to get my hands on these, so I can't tell you if they're any good or not. That image sucked. Describe it to me. Start with the book. Move on to the first movie. Play the video games. Either Starship Troopers Turan Command or Starship Troopers Extermination. Optionally, move on to any other form of media. Could be the comic book, TV show, anime, or any other video game, but mostly the last two movies, which is Traitor of Mars and Invasion. Stay away from the second and third movie. View at your own discretion. Starship Troopers has plenty of lost media, so don't be surprised if something mentioned isn't here. There's also talks of a new Starship Troopers movie in the works. Yes, I am advising you to skip over the second and third movie. You won't miss much lore, and it will save you 5-ish hours of bad movie. Oh, would you like to know more? The message 1000 Island Sauce. That is all for the presentation. I want to thank Tomoe Umari, Best Girl, then Highland Society for paying it forward, and you, the viewer of this presentation. Subscribe to Tomoe! Tomoe 2028. Yeah! It's me. I'm a horse. It's true. Thank you. That was good knowledge there. That was good knowledge. I don't know. It's about killing bugs in space. It's kind of like Helldivers, right? A little bit, maybe. A little bit, at least. We do our best out here, though. Thank you very much. A+! Thank you. Thank you. My knowledge is expanding. We're getting there, fellas. We're getting there. What do we got? What do we got here? Making Sakura Nab hot pot. A guide by a hungry person. What? More water. Okay. A little history. The Sakura Nab was a dish first introduced during the Meiji period, 1868 to 1912. The name derives from the pinkish hue of the meat used, reminiscent of the cherry blossoms. The dish gained popularity in areas like Tokyo's Ushiwara district, a historic pleasure quarter where numerous establishments specialize in serving it to guests. Mainly eaten in the Hokkaido region where it originated, people from all over Japan enjoyed it. Sakura Nab is typically prepared in a style similar to sukiyaki, where its thinly sliced meat is simmered with vegetables in a sweet and savory broth. Ingredients. Part 1. 1/2 of a nappa cabbage, chopped into bite-sized pieces. 1 bundle of green onions cut into 2-inch lengths. 4 shiitake mushrooms, stems removed and caps sliced. 1 block of tofu. 1 package of shiitake mushrooms. 1 carrot. 2 tablespoons of vegetable oil. And the last part, horse meat, thinly sliced. From the broth, 1/2 cup of soy sauce. What's the pain you cure with your solution? 1/2 cup of mirin, 1/4 cup of sake, 2 tablespoons of sugar, 2 cups of dashi. Why horse meat though? Why? Prepare the broth in a bowl. Mix together the soy sauce, mirin, sake, sugar, and dashi or water. Stir until the sugar dissolves. Prepare the dough nabe. Place the nabe, Japanese earthenware pot or heavy bottom pot on the stove over medium heat. Add vegetable oil and heat until simmering. This is the actual recipe, but the meat can be substituted for any type of red meat. Okay. Cook the green onions. Add the green onions to the pot and saute until they become fragrant and slightly brown. Add broth. Pour the prepared broth into the pot and bring it to a gentle simmer. Add ingredients. Arrange the horse meat, nappa cabbage, shiitake mushrooms, tofu, shiitake noodles, and carrot slices in the pot. Ensure they are submerged in the broth. Instructions. Simmer. Cover the pot and let the ingredients simmer. The horse meat, being thinly sliced, will cook quickly. Vegetables should become tender in about 5 to 7 minutes. Serve. Once everything is cooked, bring the dough of it to the table. Diners can serve themselves directly from the pot, enjoying the ingredients with the flavorful broth. Note, in traditional settings, it's common to dip the cooked meat and vegetables into beaten raw eggs before eating. Ensure that the eggs are fresh and safe for consumption if raw consumption if you choose to follow this practice. Well, enjoy what people are saying. After all, we gotta survive. The weak get eaten. Serve me up another one. Okay, alright, fair enough. I mean, horse meat though? Really? Horse meat? Really? Why? Why do you guys want to eat horses? A+ for... We gotta do something with the horse soldiers that don't make the cut. Yay! It's so sad though. It's so sad. Oh god, I'm dying. Oh, I don't want to be made into horse meat though. Thank you very much for your educational PowerPoint. What do we got here? How to get noticed by your favorite tomboy horse president / VTuber like it's 2023. Why specifically 2023? The objectives. Get noticed by horse senpai. Have fun. Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. Profit! Procedure. Then presidential candidate Tomoe Umari was hosting a temporary take a selfie with my billboard and get a cool Discord roll thingy. That is true. I did do that. So like, go to Texas and drive to the billboard. I don't know. I saw it in person myself. It was just like this. That was 2 years ago. Or I guess a year and a half ago, really. But it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool while it lasted. That's pretty cool. Step 1, go to Texas. Take some photos with the billboard. It's really not rocket surgery. Make sure to get silly with it. Yeah, don't get arrested by the cops or anything, though. Warning, do not get too silly. Step 2, get arrested. The cops wouldn't take selfies with us, which is fair to be honest. You're gonna have to trust me that we are not beating the too silly allegations. Oh my god, they actually got arrested. Individuals did have masks and airsoft guns in vehicles that appeared real. They advised they drove here from the Fort Worth area to see the billboard from a YouTuber. All individuals were clear. No offense committed. Blue teams will be conducted by officers. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Yeah, my bad. My bad. Yeah, that's rough. That's gotta be rough. Worth it. It's dedication. This is so cool. It was cool. They made a whole video. Posted to social media. Yeah! I retweet stuff that looks cool sometimes. It's true. There's no step 4. Hopefully you will dazzle your then to be and now current president and will have made your mark on history forever with a funny Discord roll and as an inside joke that wore out in about a week. That is true. It was temporary. But your sacrifice is forever. I think it's funny that you can mix the Hawaiian shirt and the ski mask with this hammer, and that's just a rifle that he holds upside down because cats don't understand how guns work. Make him look like he's about to be arrested under a VTuber billboard. Oh my god, I'm sorry. Also, yes, I did wear the fishing hat for my Stardew stream. I really wanted to fish in Stardew. It was fun. It was fun. Am I an accessory to crime? I don't think so. That billboard was awesome, bro. No one's gonna tell me otherwise. It was good while it lasted. Very Texas type of thing to do, you know? Maybe I need to go back to Stardew and keep fishing. It's been a while. It's been a bit. Thank you for your sacrifice. Rest in peace. No more Tomoe Discord. It's true. The Tomoe Discord was killed for my self-preservation of mental state. Different times, bro. Different times. It was fun, though. It's fun. Didn't I do a Stardew stream like a few days ago? That wasn't just fishing, though. It's different, you know? It's different. there's no official V-Dere server, no. I don't really do much on Discord no more. I just post announcements in my server. That's all. Ugh. Yeah, just fishing. Just fishing. The PowerPoint by which I shall trick Tomoe into giving an abridged history of US Navy cruisers. Alright. Alright. That's a lot of text, bruh. What is a cruiser edition? What is a cruiser? Definitions are important. So initially, a cruiser was a ship that you would perform independent operations away from the battle fleet. Later, it became air defense ships as far as the USN is concerned. The Soviets/Russians would designate their main anti-ship combatants during the Cold War as cruisers, but we only care about America. Many flavors of cruisers over the year. Unprotected cruisers, steel hull with guns basically. Most in the US service got reclassified as gunboats. Protected cruiser has an armored deck to protect from shells and shrapnel. Armored cruiser, ACR, later CA in the 1930s. Cruisers that had full armor belts. Small navies often use them as mini battleships. Battle cruiser, deranged creation of the British. Yes, British tend to do that. Initially an evolution of the armored cruiser saw themselves thrust into battle roles in World War I to explosive results. Light cruiser, heavy cruiser. Cruisers defined by the London Treaty by having a 6-inch light or 8-inch guns. I think so. Guided missile cruiser, CG. A cruiser with a variety of service to air and anti-ship missiles. Okay. Dude, I feel bad for the Navy because they deploy way too damn much. I would not be able to handle that, quite frankly. I would not want to deploy that much. Also, yes, please don't get a criminal record to support me. No need for war crimes and whatnot. In 1873, the U.S. flagged steamship Virginius is seized by the Spanish while running weapons to Cubans rebelling against Spanish rule. 53 of the crew were executed. This incident causes large-scale reinvestment in the U.S. Navy. Initial focus on cruiser construction for raiding warfare against European powers if necessary, as Congress hates giving the Navy more money so they couldn't form battleships. The first of these cruisers was the USS Atlanta, Boston, and Chicago. A number of cruisers are built or bought afterwards. Cruiser construction slowed down in the 1890s as the Navy finally got battleships funded. Navy has weird uniforms too. Taking a moment to flame the Navy. Bless the Navy. Turn of the 20th century, after the Spanish-American War, the Navy would resume cruiser construction. The early 1800s would see the Navy build the Tennessee and California class armored cruisers and the Chester class scout cruisers, fast protected cruisers basically. After World War I, the Navy would build the Omaha class cruisers to replace the Chesters. There's so much that goes into battleships, bro. The brief battle cruiser detour. The U.S. Navy would look at building battle cruisers several times after the British brought their curse upon the world. Despite a number of war college studies, no battle cruisers would be built until after World War I. In 1919, the Lexington class battle cruisers would be laid down. These were to be fast, light ships with heavy guns to menace enemy cruisers and merchantmen. Construction would be canceled under the terms of the Washington Naval Treaty. Lexington and Saratoga would be converted into aircraft carriers. Okay. You don't like the blueberry camel or the newer tan/green uniforms? They don't even make the new ones anymore and don't have the replacement. Oh, that sucks. You guys have like a different meaning to like the types of boots you wear, right? Like there's black boots and tan boots. Isn't the tan one for like the people who are on the shore, and the black boots is like the people who go out to sea or something? I don't know much about the Navy. The Navy is so complicated. Y'all got like so much specific terminology and stuff too. I don't get it. Every time I hear them explain their stuff, I get hella confused. Tan boots are typically worn for the short people. Okay. And sometimes you guys have like those one ball caps or whatever the hell those are. It's so confusing. It's so confusing. You guys got such a weird uniform. The naval treaties. After World War I, Britain, America, Japan, Italy, and France would sign a number of treaties to head off an arms race. 1921, Washington Naval Treaty halted battleship construction for 10 years. Cruisers limited to 10,000 tons. Displacement and guns no larger than 8 inches. So it's probably feet. I don't know. I think. Maybe they meant feet. I don't know. In 1930, London Naval Treaty extended the battleship ban, classified the 8-inch armed cruisers as heavy cruisers, and all cruisers with guns 6 feet, or I don't know if it's feet or I can't remember. It's inch. Okay, it actually is inch. Damn. 6 inches or less as light cruisers halted heavy cruiser construction. Oh, shell diameter. Okay. 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 I confused myself. I overthought that one a little. All stairs or ladders? That sounds like a dangerous way to live. I don't know about that. U.S. Navy is best branch for parties. What kind of parties are they having? I don't know about all that. 1936 London Naval Treaty limited light cruisers to 8,000 tons displacement. Japan would withdraw from the 1936 conference and the treaty system would collapse in about 1939, yeah. The treaty cruisers. The treaties would make construction of balanced cruisers almost impossible. Pensacola. Doesn't this base suck? I've heard this base sucks. Like, it sucks to be there. Although, I guess there are other bad bases as well. Northampton and Portland class heavy cruisers had powerful guns and high speed but little armor. New Orleans class heavy cruisers had better armor but had issues with weight and stability as wartime requirements caused additions of more AA guns. The Brooklyn class light cruisers had similar, were powerful but also ran into weight and space issues. Heavy cruisers, USS Wichita was based off the Brooklyns and was always a little unstable. The Atlantic class cruisers had a strong anti-air battery but basically no protection because they had to be built on 8,000 tons displacement. Damn, there's so much. Post-treaty cruisers, the collapse of the treaties would lead to new cruisers. Baltimore class, my beloved heavy cruisers, and Cleveland class light cruisers were basically properly balanced. Brooklyn class Wichita cruisers. The Navy would build the Alaska class large cruisers with 12-inch guns as a counter to expected pocket battleships. Why are there so many different classes? Why? For what purpose? The final gun-based cruisers the Navy would build were the the Worcester. Oh, it's the Worcester. Okay, the Worcester class light cruisers and the Des Moines class heavy cruisers. They featured automatically loading guns, and the Worcester main guns also could function as anti-air guns. USS Baltimore CA-68, lead ship of the Baltimore class of heavy cruisers and my favorite warship. I would visit such a beautiful ship. I like their guns. Very pretty. Into the missile age. In the Cold War, the Navy would invest in missiles to keep threats far away from the aircraft carriers. Many World War II cruisers would be converted to carry missiles. The Albany class are a crime against aesthetics. But they work, don't they? I hope so. A series of purpose-built missile cruisers were also built. These ships, initially classified as frigates, these would serve a vital role as long-range air defense for carrier strike groups. Tomoe should play Sea Power next Navy game. I've never heard of that before. This better be good if you're trying to shill it. Better be good. USS Albany CG-10, formerly CA-123, one of the Albany class of missile-guided conversions. USS Belknap CG-26, one of the purpose-built guided missile cruisers. Okay. The nuclear cruisers, the coolest thing the Navy ever built. The idea was that nuclear aircraft carriers would need nuclear escorts that could go anywhere with them without need for fuel. First was USS Long Beach, commissioned in 1961. The coolest would be the Virginia class. The plan is to build a next-generation nuclear cruiser called the Strike Cruiser in the 1980s would fall through. The nuclear cruisers would then all be decommissioned in 1990s due to cost. This is the USS Long Beach, the CGN-9, the first nuclear cruiser, and the USS Texas, the CGN-39, part of the last class of nuclear cruisers constructed. I hear that the nukes in the Navy are very interesting individuals. That's all I've heard about them though. And sometimes that's like with quotation marks. Navy's strange though. I'm not gonna pretend to understand what you guys do. Reject modernity. After the strike cruiser was cancelled, the under construction Ticonderoga class destroyers would be reclassified. Oh, they're cruisers now, okay. Okay. Would be the debut platform for the Navy's Aegis combat system, have given 40 years of good service besides that one that shot down an airliner and the one that shot down a friendly jet built by girls are now old and tired. What? They're originally going to be replaced by a design derived from the Zumwalt class destroyers, but that plan got cancelled this will leave the Navy cruiserless in a few short years. USS Cowpen, CG-63 firing an SM-2 surface-to-air missile. That looks cool though. We are perfectly normal. All are a bunch of nerds. That's all I know. Bunch of nerds. In conclusion, cruisers are cool. The Navy should build more of them. I cry myself to sleep knowing that no Baltimore-class heavy cruiser was preserved as a museum. That is sad. That is sad. Cruisers are dead. How could this happen? Well, that's an A+ for you know a lot about ships. Like a lot. Like a lot. That's a lot. When is Tomoe gonna do a routine crash out? I'm trying not to raise my voice too much because it hurts to talk right now. So I can only imagine how much crashing out would hurt right now. So I'm gonna keep my energy a little bit down. You know, I'm vibing right now. I'm just vibing and learning right now. That's all. That's all. Navy games. Navy games? What do you mean Navy games? I might play World of Warships again sometime. Does that count as a Navy game? Is that close enough? Is that what you were thinking of? I don't know if that passes the vibe check. Azure Lane is a Navy game. You have a good point. You have a good point. Okay, this one's about an album. Seems pretty... Oh, yeah, 12 media objects. It's okay. We don't need to listen. Who are Maroon 5? It's a band that makes pop, rock, R&B type of music. Okay, I'm with you so far. Members of Maroon 5. Adam Levine, James Valentine, Matt Flynn, Mickey Madden, and Jesse Carmichael. Okay. It's a lot of songs. Can't listen to them. This might be copyrighted. Probably is. What is Song About Jane all about? Song About Jane is an album about heartbreak. Throughout the song, Maroon 5 has demonstrated this perfectly in my opinion. But also don't ask about Adam Levine's ex Jane. Yes, the song name of the song. What? Okay, all right, that's fair. Why did they make so many songs about heartbreak back in the day? Just like in general. Not saying these guys in particular did, but I feel like all the songs on the radio were just about people getting their hearts broken. Was that what the 2000s was about? How much betrayal was there back then? It was an epidemic. Back in the day, yeah, back in the day. It's 2025. Of course that's back in the day. Harder to Breathe, the first song of the album, dives deep into what's called broken heart syndrome, when there's a correlation between breakups and heart failure. L. This is more obvious if we consider the title of the song Harder to Breathe, symptoms of a heart attack with a rapid strike of the melody. It makes the song itself building up towards a breakup. This love. Oh. Follow up with This Love, a song that sounds like Adam's scream to Jane, just to express his feeling about the relationship. Alongside with the angry guitar, it makes the song accomplish its goal to express. So he was bitter. He was bitter. Heartbreak was a strong feeling and evoked a lot of emotion. It was something people could easily relate to and create strong emotions in their audience. I don't know, if someone broke my heart, I would just kill them. Why don't you just kill them? It solves a lot of issues. Don't worry about it. The lyrics also drive the listener more Adam's anger. Dude, how you get so pissed off about a breakup that you make a whole album about it? Shiver. The song Shiver expresses more about the material of the album. Lust. No pun intended. The lyric, there may not be another way to your heart, so I guess I better find a new way in. Damn, bro. That's deep. This lyric has made Maroon 5, specifically Adam, as a sex symbol. Okay. The song itself made it clear how Adams and James were in this relationship. Okay, whatever. This feels like a little bit of TMI, bro. Their presentation is based on the video by Fort Collins Productions. Okay. Overall, a song about Jane is a really cool album, and I think everyone should check it out. The songs are good for a debut album like this. Sorry for not doing the whole album because of the side cap, but here's the video for more. Thank you! Huh. I didn't know it was such a different time. The early 2000s had less anime waifus to save relationships. Dude, it makes it really funny when I see those, like, posts. I've had people post these things to me on, like, what is it? It was Reddit. Yeah, it was Reddit posts. It's like, yeah, my partner has, like, a really strong anime crush for a character. Should I feel threatened by this? Like, is this normal, guys? Is it normal for them to like an anime character? Should I have them seek therapy? What do I do about this? I feel insecure about this. It's like, bro, just let them live their life. Come on. It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. It should not matter. Let them collect figurines or what have you. It's healthy. They're celebrities. Of course, it's TMI. There's no such thing as a private life when you're famous. That sounds so intrusive. Ugh. Awful. Insecurity is bad. Don't bring your insecurities into a relationship. Can't believe he made a whole album about her, though. I wonder how she felt about that, you know? That would be kind of weird. A little bit strange. A little peculiar behavior right there. Let's see what this is about here. The server blight. I don't know what that means. If my partner is upset that I enjoy you, Tomoe, they're getting discharged immediately. I don't think I'm exactly a threat to anyone's relationships. I'm not that dangerous, bro. I'm here to cheer you guys on, if anything. I'm like, hell yeah, you do your thing. I think this has something to do with, like, TF2 or something. TF2 over-analysis? I don't even know what that is. What is the Server Blight? The main antagonist of the Server Blight SFM series. A mysterious entity roaming in the servers of the video game Team Fortress 2. An amalgamation of assimilated players with contorted and elongated body parts. Aims to infect and assimilate all players it comes into contact with, capable of learning new ways to infect players, enjoys tormenting its victims and controlling them against their will. Its true intentions are yet to be known. About the Server Blight series, SFM horror series made on YouTube, created by the two idiot Germans. Okay, so these two are the guys. It has an episode list here, and a related series thing, I guess? Terraria has lore? I didn't know that, actually. Server Blight's abilities assimilates players dead or alive into one conjoined body, prevents players from leaving the server, disables disconnect. Bro, just step away from your computer, who cares? Like, just get up, turn your monitor off, turn your PC off. Pulling the computer plug / turning off the computer and disconnecting the Wi-Fi has yet to be proven helpful or effective. Get a new house. I don't know. Get a new computer. It doesn't matter. I don't understand the lore. They'll die in real life. Man, that sucks. Can't control the bodies of players that has assimilated. Steals the souls of the players after fully assimilating them, effectively killing them in real life. What is this SAO bullshit that you're... What? Man, okay. Can split itself apart to send out blighted players to observe / trap / trick other players. Blighted players look and act like normal players. Be careful of who you trust. How to survive the server blight. Players must kill themselves in the game while ensuring their corpses land in an out-of-bounds area. The server blight cannot assimilate players who have died out of bounds or have crossed the death barrier, only through death in the game. I like how it keeps specifying in the game. Can you safely disconnect from the server? If the map has no death zones, you have no way to send your body off into an out-of-zone area, your fate is sealed. Use your character's abilities and weapons to your advantage. Scout's speed, soldiers rocket jumping, weapons with knockback, etc. Spy's invisibility ability no longer works as of assimilation, using an energy weapon that vaporizes the victims and leaves behind no body. Example, soldiers, cow, mangler, 5000, and righteous bison might work, but it has yet to be proven. I've never played Team Fortress 2, so I have no idea what any of this means. How to survive! Dealing with blighted players, pay attention to any strange behaviors, repeating voice lines, bot-like reactions, sudden changes in mannerism. I know some people who act like NPCs. This doesn't help. Blighted players can be killed normally, but will rejoin the main body upon death. Avoid physical contact to prevent infection. Yeah, you don't want to get cooties, right? Okay. The server blight is made up of many players. Vote-kicking blighted players will just send them to another server where they'll cause more havoc. If blighted players outnumber surviving players, then all vote kicks would be in favor of the server blight. Do not fall for any bait tactics. Here's a list of victims, apparently. Questions that remain unsolved. Why is the server blight doing all this? Where did the server blight come from? What else is the server blight capable of? How will Valve react to the number of unexplainable deaths connected to their game? They probably don't give a shit, to be honest. Is it even possible to defeat the server blight? Imagine if it faced off against a team of uber-charged heavies. Would that even be enough? End of presentation. Stay safe when you play Team Fortress 2. Malign things grow in the darkest of corners. Okay. This seems very complicated. Team Fortress 2 fan animations and comics are the best parts of TF2. I believe you. I hear more about those than, like, you know, actual gameplay of it. Yeah, I don't know. Isn't this where the skibbity toilet thing came from? Was TF2? Or do I have the wrong series? It's like that brand of brain rot, basically. It's up the same alley. I don't know the specifics very well. Let's see. Alright, well, we got 2 left. A presentation on how a feud changed Japanese women's pro wrestling forever and ever. Okay. Alright. Oh, it's Gmod. I'm sorry, they all kind of look the same to me. I don't got that level of brain rot power, you know. What is Joshi Wrestling and AJW? Pro wrestling performed by female wrestlers is referred to as Joshi Pro Wrestling and is typically promoted by Japanese pro wrestling companies strictly featuring female pro wrestlers. In 1968, Takashi Matsunaga and his brothers founded All Japan Women's Pro Wrestling, commonly shortened to AGW, and obtained a TV deal with Fuji TV that same year. All Japan Women's Pro Wrestling quickly became the most dominant Joshi wrestling promotion in Japan. The Crush Gals. In 1983, after an incredible match fought between Chigusa Nagoya and Lioness Sasuka, the 2 women teamed up to form the Crush Gals. Turns out they would become the greatest women's tag team of all time. The Crush Gals soon became the face of pro wrestling in Japan, achieving unprecedented levels of popularity. To put into perspective, think of how popular and influential Hulk Hogan was in the United States. Due to the popularity of the Crush Gals, more than 600 young women from all over Japan attended tryouts to join AGW. Don't Matsumoto, with her menacing face paint, crazy hair, and being flanked by the other fearsome members, the Atrocious Alliance. Don't Matsumoto, real name Kaoru Matsumoto, had the aura of a vile, dangerous villain. The Atrocious Alliance were perfectly positioned to become the nemesis of the fan favorite Crush Grouse, bringing extreme violence and chaos wherever they went. You may have heard of Don't Matsumoto through the Netflix biographical drama, The Queen of Villains, which is about Don't Matsumoto and her career, including her rivalry with the Crush Gals. Crush Gals vs. Atrocious Alliance. In 1985, the Crush Gals and the Atrocious Alliance began one of the most violent and famous rivalries in professional wrestling. This rivalry helped AEW reach unseen levels of popularity and international success. The Crush Gals vs. Atrocious Alliance rivalry regularly pulled in TV ratings of 12.0 on Fuji TV. This means that in 1985, this rivalry had approximately 14 million people in Japan glued to their screens weekly. To put this into perspective, even WWE, formerly WWF, and the rival company WCW would only pull 8.0 and 6.0 ratings respectively during the peak of their popularity in the United States. Damn. Hair vs. hair. 18th of August 1985. One of the most important matches in wrestling history took place. Chigusa Nagoya vs. Don't Matsumoto in a hair vs. hair match, a match where the loser has their hair publicly shaved. Through cheating and interference, Don't Matsumoto wins. Chigusa Nagoya is held down and forced to have her hair shaved in front of a sold-out crowd. Imagine if Taylor Swift and Beyonce had a fight where the loser got their head shaved, and after cheating to win, Beyonce and her friends held down Taylor Swift and cut off all her hair in front of her fans. My God. The reaction Taylor's fans would have is exactly how Crush Gal's fans reacted. People crying, screaming, and passing out. Where are they now? Despite their insane popularity, Chigusa Nagoya and Lioness Asuka were forced to retire by AEW in 1989 due to an internal policy that forced the wrestlers to retire when they became 26 years old. Basically hags. Not really though, to be honest. If you're 26, you're not old. Okay, don't let anyone tell you otherwise. It's not that bad. This was partly due to societal expectations in Japan at the time. Despite this, Nagoya would continue wrestling until 2024, while Lioness Asuka's career ended in 2004 due to a neck injury. That's rough. Don't Matsumoto officially retired in 1988. However, like most wrestling legends, she has frequently come out of retirement to wrestle one more match, with her latest match taking place on the 23rd of March in 2025. Damn! That's recent. Japanese women's wrestling in modern times. All Japan Women's Pro Wrestling was closed down in 2005 after 37 years of great history, following a number of bad decisions and wrestlers leaving. Flash forward to 2025, there are plenty of Joshi promotions, the most popular being World Wonder Ring Stardom, or Stardom for short, as well as a number of other promotions such as Tokyo Joshi Pro Wrestling, Marvelous, etc. The popularity of Joshi wrestling has risen following a decline years after AEW closed down, with many Joshi wrestlers performing and finding great success in Western wrestling companies such as WWE and All Elite Wrestling, AEW. These are some tough women though. Legacy of the Crush Gals and Don't Matsumoto. Regardless of what Joshi wrestling company you watch today, the impact of the Crush Gals and Don't Matsumoto is still felt, especially with the prevalence of idol culture within Joshi fan bases. These women changed how female wrestling was done in Japan, where before them, women's wrestling in Japan were glorified striptease shows. They are responsible for incorporating more martial art moves and not being afraid to hit very, very hard. Thus, they made Joshi wrestling more open and free-flowing, paving the way for female wrestlers after them. And more importantly, female Japanese pro wrestlers are able to wrestle beyond their age of 26 now, mostly because it was a stupid rule to begin with. Damn! That was tough. 10 out of 10. Those are some strong women. But they're like inspirationally strong women, you know? I think that's awesome. I don't know if I have the spirit of a wrestler because I don't want to hurt anybody. If anybody, if I get in a fight, I was told that I have to cast gun. You just shoot them, you know? Why use your hands when you can use a firearm? But that's the American in me speaking. I know that's not the civil or orderly way to resolve conflicts, so be sure to fight hand to hand. Yes, that is a respectable way. I'm sorry. What if YouTube banned all VTubers over age 26? I don't know. I don't know how that would go. I guess there would be a lot less VTubers, huh? Granted, I don't know what the average age range of a VTuber is. Do you guys? Do you know? I don't know. Do you know? I don't think the average age is 30. I don't know about that. You guys don't know how old your Oshis are. Stop pretending. You don't know. You don't know. Huh. Well, this is the last presentation. Damn, I can't talk. Leggett's Guide to the Legion of the Principate. Ah, this is very Roman Empire. This brief primer will teach you all most important facts you'll need to know as a soldier of the Senate and People Rome. How do I join a legion? What are the requirements? Volunteer to a traveling recruitment party or at your nearest fort. You may be conscripted in times of crisis. Must be a Roman citizen, of sound body and mind. Height requirements exist but variable. Likely at least 5'6" Roman feet, typically. Optional. At least 14, no older than 45. Most recruits are between 17 and 23. Slightly shorter than a customary English foot, or approximately 296 millimeters. I mean, to be honest, most military recruits nowadays are between 17 and 23, so that makes sense. How will I be trained? How long does training last? Each legion is responsible for training its own recruits at its own fort or camp. You will be taught to form steady ranks and march in step. Armed with wooden swords and wicker shields, you will be taught combat techniques by sparring other recruits. Training typically lasts 4 months through 6 months. Those 6-month periods are also known. Upon the completion of training, you will be required to swear an oath of allegiance to the Emperor in order to be instructed as a proper soldier! Oh god, everything got really bright all of a sudden. Okay. Whew. With what shall I be equipped? Clothing. A t-shirt, tunic, usually short-sleeved, long-sleeved, and trousers. Okay. I'm not trying to pronounce these words, I'm sorry. Ugh. Damn, my senses just got flashbanged. I don't know. I mean, I probably need to lay down again after this. A scarf, a cloak, gladius, javelins, and a dagger. Why do you need so many different weapons? Helmet. Open face galeo, bronze or iron, cheek plates and neck guard. Any sort of segmented plates, chain shirt, or scale course slit. Feel free to pronounce them badly. I don't want to get flamed again. Everyone always flames me when I mispronounce stuff. You guys are animals, bunch of monsters. Leather sandals with socks, boots, may be worn in cold climates. Rectangular, this is the shield, I think, with leather cover to protect while on the march. Yeah, I think that's what that is. Utility tools for camping and other labors, notably the Delabra pickaxes, which double as an additional weapon. Into what unit shall I be assigned? Who are my superiors? You will become part of an 8-man contubernium led by a decanus. Okay, that's fine. You will share meals, attend in a barracks room with your comrades in the small unit. 10 contubernia make a centuria led by a centurial. A century is a secondary tactical unit. 6 centuries make a cohortus led by senior centurion. A cohort is the primary tactical unit and may also be deployed as a secondary strategic unit. Hmm. 10 cohorts constitute the main body of a legion, led by Legatus. This is the primary strategic unit. Under the legate are 6 tribunes. These are officers that have no fixed command, but may be placed in charge of elements of the legion at the legate's discretion. Okay, that's, yeah. My brain is molding. Most militaries back in the day didn't have that much. The Romans were special. If the military was only so complicated nowadays. I guess it kind of is, but I'm used to it, so maybe it's different. What are the conditions of service, including rations and pay? You will live together with your comrades in a single barrack room or tent in a castra, both fort and camp. You will be paid a wage a little better than those of typical unskilled labor, but with the additions of bonuses on special occasions such as the anniversary of the Emperor's accession. Rations are generous, consisting of wheat grain, meat, most often bacon, cheese, whatever vegetables are locally available, wine, and olive oil. Meals are consumed with your tent mates twice daily. Breakfast in the morning and supper. Yeah, I only eat twice a day myself, so I get it. Leave time is available at the discretion of your centurion. Marriage is forbidden, but unofficial liaisons are tolerated. No marriage! Gotta lock in. What might typical duties be? What do we need to do when at peace? Most of your service will be spent on routine peacekeeping and fatigues duty. All legionaries except immune specialists stand periods on watch, whether in garrison, camp, or on the march. It is common to be employed in civil engineering projects, most notably road building. Besides its inherent use to the Empire, this work provides valuable exercise for war. Legionaries are often detached from the units to provide assistance to civil officials, including policing duties, protecting tax collectors, and escorting VIPs. If you are literate, possibly even a clerk. Even at the peace, the Empire is not entirely secure. Minor operations against bandits and other outlaws may be required in virtually any part of the Empire at any time. What's it like on the march? How do we make camp? You'll rise at dawn to eat your prandium, dismantle the old camp, pack all your personal kit into your marching pack, and that into your contubernum onto the unit's meal. My god, they're moving quickly. With your pack held on your shoulder, you will form up into a column 6 men abreast and begin the march. You are expected to cover a distance of approximately 20 Roman miles in about 6 hours. Once you have arrived at the day's destination, you will make camp. This consists much more than just pitching tents. You must dig a ditch and rampart reinforced with sharpened stakes to prevent surprise attacks. The labor of fortifying the camp daily rewards you with the security to enjoy your Sena, then sleep at ease even in hostile territory. Even at peace within friendly lands, this must not be neglected so that skills do not atrophy and complacency sets in. The Roman miles must be prepared for wars at all times. Yes, the soldiers. Yes. They're just enjoying life. Don't seem to be wearing pants, but that's okay. If we go to war, what will my role be in battle? Know that you will be better trained, better organized, and better equipped than any enemy you may face, unless you have the misfortune of fighting other Rovens. You will deploy by centurion formation, 20 files wide by 4 ranks deep, with your centurion, signifier, standard bearer, and the trumpeter as well at the center to relay commands. The optio stands at the rear to enforce discipline. Discipline cannot be overemphasized. Keep the ranks tight, but not so much that you and your comrades cannot fight. Be silent and alert so as to not miss commands. You will throw your pillow when the enemy are close, then charge to contact, bash them with your shield, then gut them with your sword. As you and your comrades push into the ranks, their ragged warband will break. As long as your sentry remains steadfast, you will see them flee. Do not break ranks too recklessly. Pursue or search for loot. It is more important to hold formation. The auxiliary cavalry will take care of them. So basically just hold formation and everything will work out. What will we do? What will I do if we besiege an enemy stronghold? Sieges are generally more common than pitched battles. Fortunately, the Roman legion excels at them no less. The siege typically begins with our forces digging ditches and possibly erecting palisade walls around the opposing city in order to impede sorties against us by the defenders. Then the reduction of the city begins. This is accomplished by engines such as ballistae, large machines capable of shooting both bolts and stones. No stoning in chat, by the way. And Scorpiones, small ones that shoot only bolts. The former weaken fortifications while the latter suppress defenders. This is often enough to induce surrender. If an assault is necessary, rams, ladders, and mobile towers may all be employed. The tortoise formation, in which you and your comrades will create walls and a roof of shields, is useful for approaching strongholds under the threat of enemies with bows, slings, stones, and boiling oil. Boiling oil, damn. Although storming a city is a great risk, when you are victorious, you shall be rewarded with the right to pillage for 3 days. Cities are divided up into districts by unit to ensure fair distribution of loot, but a portion must always be set aside for the army commander. How long do I serve? When do I retire? And what are the benefits? Service in the legions as a common soldier is for a fixed term of 25 years. That is way too long. Honorable discharge prior to the completion of this period is not possible unless you are rendered incapable of service duties. Upon the completion of your service, you will be rewarded with your choice of a grant of either sufficient land for a farm or sufficient cash to establish yourself as a trader. You will also now be permitted to marry. Existing unofficial liaisons might now be recognized if stable. You will still be liable to return to service as an avocatus in terms of critis. Avocati are, however, exempt from normal duties, required only to fight when the Empire needs them. You may also choose to continue your service voluntarily. If promoted, perhaps you will become a centurion. Many of them have risen from the ranks, a few even higher. Who knows what future the gods may hold for a brave and loyal soldier of Rome. Damn! Yeah, I don't think the current military really offers quite that much. They died pretty quickly, didn't they, most of the time? I mean, I guess if you devote your whole life to it, you may as well fully commit. Ugh. They get double the wages? That's insane. That's insane right there. The Roman Empire is so complicated. I only know about the United States military, yeah. But it was pretty cool. A+! And thank you for that being the final presentation. Thank you for ending on this note. Thank you, Evan, for the 5 gift subs as well. And welcome, everybody, to the UMARMY. PT 0600. Don't be late, or else bad things happen. Oh, didn't mean to turn the volume up. Sorry. It's supposed to go over. Well, throughout giving this, I feel more sick than ever. My head feels numb. I have a fever. I am death. Can we do this again sometime? Yeah, I don't mind. I might not stream for the next couple of days because I have to, like, get over this sickness, so I'll probably be sleeping a lot. Which sucks because I meant to do a lot more with my weekend, so it sucks. Pretty sure I got everything, though. Should be okay. Should be okay. Thank you, everyone, for your submissions. I appreciate the effort. I'm gonna go and recover now, so thank you guys very much for coming by today, supporting everybody's presentations. Thank you for listening and hanging out and stuff. I know it was a longer stream, 4 hours. It was a lot, so I'll see you guys later. You take care now. Stay out of trouble. Stay out of mischief. Be safe. Be vigilant. And most importantly, continue horsing around until further notice.